Remember that weird thing happened? Happy New Year. Yeah, I know. Was that it? Long time no see.
It's been a while.
All right, we will call the meeting to order, and call the regular meeting on January 18th at 5 p.m. at 5:03 p.m. A quorum has been met. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Grady?
Here.
Mr. Bittman?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mr. Quagliano? Mrs. Murray?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
Mrs. Wiley?
Here.
With that, we will start the meeting. Moving on to number 2, we will move into closed session here at 5:03 p.m. As indicated in the Open Meetings Act, we will be having discussion of the appointment, employment, discipline, performance, or dismissal of specific employees, litigation, and discussion of minutes of meetings lawfully closed under this act. Motion to do that, so can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Can I have a roll call?
Mrs. Wiley?
Here.
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano? Mr. Thompson?
Yes. All right, with that, we will move downstairs.
Here. Photo.
The regular meeting. Where's the great one? Can I have a roll call, please? Mrs. Stock, if you're willing to do a roll call.
Mrs. Wiley?
Here.
Mr. Gray?
Here.
Mr. Troy?
Here.
Mrs. Murray? Here. Mr. Bittman,
Here.
Mr. Quagliano?
Here.
Mr. Thompson?
Here.
All right, with that, we will start, and there is some action out of the closed session, as outlined in 3.1. I would like to make a motion to deny the unpaid leave request for Home Sheet. Can I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Quagliano. Can I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Grady?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Okay, with that, that motion passes. And we'll move on to number 4, the Pledge of Allegiance. Long, high five to or
Actually, Mrs. Hart, before we do that, I would like us to take a moment of silence, in remembrance of one of Huntley 158's former students. Joey Jeffries, a 2021 graduate of Huntley High School, passed away last week. Joey was a familiar presence in the school and the community, recognized for his relentless commitment to journalism and sharing news with others. It seemed like everyone knew Joey. Our hearts go out to Joey's family and friends during this difficult time.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, Board. I am delighted to present to you some amazing kids tonight. These are our Huntley High Five winners for January. They're each going to come up and introduce themselves to you, and then Ms. Lombard will read a little bit about why they were chosen for this award. So Malcolm, you ready to kick us off? Calm down.
My name is Malcolm, and I'm a first grader, and my school is Cheswick Elementary.
Thanks, Malcolm. Now, Malcolm, you have to hear all the great things that Cheswick said about you. This is the hardest part. Malcolm, a true embodiment of kindness, respect, and compassion, consistently goes above and beyond as one of our exemplary students. Whether aiding his peers in the classroom, always striving for his personal best, or serving as an outstanding role model for both classmates and teachers, Malcolm's dedication is evident. In every corner of our hallways, he adheres to camp's expectations with a positive spirit, offering encouragement to those around him with a bright smile, a warm hello, and an uplifting word during challenging moments. Malcolm, shine your light bright, but continue to be respectful, responsible, safe, and actively engaged.
My name is Ben, and I'm in 3rd grade, and I go to Conley Elementary School.
All right, Ben, are you ready to hear what Conlon has to say?
Yeah.
Ben is a kind and caring third grade student at Conley. Just recently, Ben was found helping a new student to Conley get to the office, from the office to the bus lot. His patience and caring about the student who just moved to Conley Elementary School. Ben also was very helpful when this student needed help logging into an unfamiliar assessment on their Chromebook. Your support, patience, and kindness did not go unnoticed. We are proud of you as being a Conley high.
My name is Jace Nugent, and my school is Martin Elementary.
All right, Jace, gonna stay there and listen to all these great things. Jace is very kind and outgoing, very responsible. He always finishes his work on time, is an excellent leader, and is just truly kind all the time. Jace is energetic, always happy and listening, follows directions even when nobody's watching. He helps others do the right thing. He's always respectful to adults and students by following instructions and helping out his fellow classmates.
Thank you. My name is Harley Tatro. I go to Heinemann, and I'm in 7th grade.
All right, Harley. Harley is hardworking, courteous, friendly student that exemplifies the HMS expectations of being respectful and responsible. Harley always has a positive attitude. She shares her smile with others each and every day. Along with her awesome personal qualities, Harley is a student that regularly puts forth her best effort. She takes pride in doing her best in everything, and she can regularly be seen helping or teaming with her peers. Harley is a great kid to be around, and we're very proud of her efforts. Great job, Harley. Keep up the great work.
Hello, I'm Noah Woodruff. I'm in 7th grade and I'm from Marlin Middle School.
All right, Noah. Noah took first place in the regional geography bee, first place in the regional history bee, fourth place in the regional science bee in the 7th grade division. Yeah, oh, that's great. Which not only qualified him for national finals in Orlando, Florida, but also qualified him for the international finals in Vienna, Austria. As if these accomplishments are not enough, Noah is an active member of the MMS academic team and is encouraging his teammates to participate in next quarter's regional geography, history, and science teams. As the Marlowe Middle School academic team is defending regional champs, Marlowe Middle School families may need to charter a plane to Vienna.
Thank you so much. Hi, my name is Peyton, and I'm a sophomore at Huntley High School.
All right, Peyton. Peyton is just an all-around great student. Always comes to class with a big smile on her face. She's positive. She lifts others up. She's fun to have in class, and she always tries her best. She is a great kid. And that's from Michigan.
My name is Dylan Eminster, and I'm in the light program.
All right, stay right there, Dylan. Dylan greets everyone each and every day, and he always comes to work and school with a positive attitude and will help anyone out who needs it at work, school, or home. He's thoughtful and looks out for others. Dylan has been employed for quite a while now at the Culvers, and is responsible and independent in knowing his schedule, checking for the bus, notifying staff when he's leaving, will call Pace and try and schedule trips, and is always eager to go to work. At school, he uses his wit and one-liners to make others laugh, and loves to play the air guitar to let out his inner rock star. Dylan has always involved students no matter what the task or location. He's a great cheerleader for his peers by cheering everyone on and always seeing the good around others. Dylan takes things he's learned and applies them, and gets so proud when he can demonstrate what he knows. He's helped other students practice. Engaging in small talk and socializing is a great strength for him. He's such a happy, wonderful student who loves to make others happy while doing his best each and every day. We did have a couple, students who weren't able to be here, so I'm not sure if they're tuning in or not, but I'd like to read, what their school had to say about them, and we will make sure that we get their certificate on over and do that presentation at school. One is Lily, a third grader at Laggy. Lily is always showing empathy for her classmates. She goes out of her way to make sure others are respected, cared for, and feel heard. Lily is helpful around the classroom with anything from routines and procedures to helping her classmates socially and academically. She's always respectful, responsible, safe, and involved. Lily continues to amaze us with how wonderful she is to every person she meets. And then Audrey, a second grader from New Haven. Audrey is do you know Audrey? Oh, Audrey is an excellent role model and truly represents the McCaven way. During a recent CHAMPS expectation game, she led a group of kindergarten, first, and second grade students in reading and categorizing the CHAMPS expectations. She helped students follow directions, share responsibilities, and present their expectations. We appreciate her leadership, kindness, and caring. And to the parents that are out here supporting their students, thank you for sharing these wonderful individuals with us each and every day. We look forward to seeing great things from you throughout the year and the whole time in Deer Company. So now, could you guys come on up this way? We're going to get an award and a picture.
Guys. Just go ahead and follow them.
Congratulations. Hey, way to go. Thanks, guys. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. Oh, good job. Great job, man. Good job. Good job. You. Yeah, parents can come up and take pictures.
Wow. Like we arranged that. All right. Board members, okay. 1, 2, 3. Cheese is good. Nice.
Parents, if you want to come up closer.
Yeah, parents, if you want to take pictures.
That's right.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, really, thank you for bringing them. Well, I needed, so I needed it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's always one of the best things on these board meetings. Moving on to the number 5 public comments, and I have to wait for Spark and then to see if there's any more.
Where did you start?
So there are two public comments here. The first one is from Jenny Anderson.
Right, it's like Anderson, but not.
I wasn't sure. I'm guessing, but here's the hesitation.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and I want to address the transparency and fiscal responsibility of the board, especially as it relates to our search for a superintendent. On September 10th last year, a community member followed up on a May statement from the board regarding a national superintendent search, as there had been no appropriate updates. At the time, Mr. Bittman stated the search would start saying both October and November, quote unquote, if needed. On October 23rd, days after the October 19th search firm presentations, a meeting was held deciding to table the national search and interview Ms. Lombard, citing overwhelming survey support from the HEA and HESPA. What percentage of union employees took the survey? What percentage is billed as overwhelming support? Was funding the search issue? Was the search only set up after community questions? On November 9th, just after Mrs. Wiley's swearing in, approval was submitted and received on behalf of Mrs. Wiley and Mr. Bittman for up to $5,500 to survey the community in regards to the superintendent search and using a reputable vendor for that. I'm not clear if that is a reputable vendor for the survey, the search, or both. The vendor chosen for the survey, although having much experience per their website with K-12 schools, does not list data collection and analysis among their explicitly offered services. The survey began on 12/8 and closed a week later on 12/15. Unfortunately, the survey was rather generic and seemingly of minimal value to determine whether to hire Mrs. Lombard or how the 158 community felt about using a vendor for a more broad superintendent search. The distribution of the survey and data security was sloppy at best. Anyone with the link could take it, whether they were part of the 158 district or not. Even worse, the survey could be taken multiple times by an individual using different browsers, incognito mode, or using different devices. We cannot know how many took the survey or how many times they did. There was no attempt to be able to filter results by type of stakeholder either, which would have created more robust data points. The data likely discussed during today's closed session lacks validity, that the data really represents what it is supposed to measure. At the December 21st meeting, Mr. Bittman indicated there were about 1,500 responses. Again, we don't know how many were unique. They would review the report from the vendor in closed session today, and there would be 1 to 2 focus groups for building principals and cabinet members. He stated this information would be used to guide interview questions for Mrs. Lombard. My thoughts on the action of the board has nothing to do with Ms. Lombard, and I have nothing against her. The board has to do better. Information is being shared, but it isn't really transparent, as evidenced by the lack of consistent updates, and the goal keeps shifting. With so much talk about seeing where the money goes, I would ask the board to make it obvious if all $5,500 was spent without having to go through all the funding approvals, and how that money was spent as explicitly and itemized as possible. The community has not been able to express how they feel about, as Mr. Bittman mentioned, using a reputable vendor regarding the superintendent search. It is mid-January and we have conducted no interviews. It feels like we have potentially spent $5,500 to save from doing the search in case we wanted Mrs. Lombard. Could we realistically do a search this late in the game? I don't know.
Thank you for that. The next one is Stephen Fuchs.
Hi, my name is Stephen Books. I'm here to speak about the dual language program. I am a parent of one of our dual language students, so I don't want there to be any information thinking that I'm not biased towards that thing, but I've been part of the dual language program since its beginning. My daughter is in the first class, so I just want to bring up some things that I have concerns about. D158 continues to demonstrate a lack of planning for this entire program. Imagine being the first class for dual language with promises of what the program would provide, and every year filled with adjustments. I recognize that there are different models for dual language, but so far, 158 has not been able to focus thoroughly on one. Last year, students, this is the 6th grade class, okay, were told very specific options that would be provided for them to make choices going into 6th grade. So, when this actually came about, at the last minute, these options were changed. We were given a very short timeline to make our decision. I don't want to use names and that type of stuff. Lots of emails went back and forth. But I can clarify, if you would like to know the window, we are talking roughly a Friday, making a decision on a Monday. I don't know if that's 100% professional on the side of being able to make a wise choice for your child in such a short notice. These decisions at 6th grade are important. It is not a minimal thing to think that children at that age, it's a minor decision. This is the beginning of exploratory options. They also have started music. They might be in an orchestra, a band, a choir, et cetera, which I'm proud that we have a district that has a wide variety of options for our students. I know that the curriculum department leaders work hard to do the best they can, but when these changes happen so suddenly and big decisions are made, this puts students and parents into a situation that is really not respectful. That is an inaugural class currently. If they chose not to take band or not to take Explore or not to take one of the things, they were allowed to have an SLA class, Spanish Language Arts. If not, they lost their SLA course. This is kind of strange in the fact of it is a dual language program. It's confusing curricular-wise. We're calling it a dual language program without our students being in a Spanish Language Arts class to reinforce the skills that they need. Now, with these changes that have happened, okay, and they make their choices, a student may be forced to make a decision of stepping out, not taking that SLA class, and therefore the option was expressed early that their PLTW class would be in Spanish as well to try to support some of the learning. That did not come true. They're taking social studies in Spanish. This does lead to more learning, which we appreciate. It's a good thing to move out of Spanish only and go into another curricular area. The majority of the parents that I have spoken to that are in this inaugural group, which we know each other because it's the first class, we're a small group, unfortunately. We fully support that idea of the other courses coming online. The disappointment comes to the fact that now these kids may or may not have gotten the options that they should have. Their rotation that they would be put in for electives, I'm not sure the forethought that you have a person who started in kindergarten in Spanish and is now a 6th grader with years of Spanish understanding is put in a rotation that they are treated like a non-speaking Spanish learner with the rest of their students. Yes, that is what is happening currently this year. You have a group of students who have had Spanish for that length of time, walk into a classroom and have been taught, today we're going to learn hola. It is hard as a parent to explain to your child what is going on when they have an expectation to go to another level in a language. And so I can't tell you to go in my shoes, but it is really hard to stand in front of your child and continue to express like, I just don't know. I don't know what to tell you. With last year's changes, the one thing that I would like to ask, okay, given the fact the plan for this class started years ago, it's not this year new, I don't think it's hard to ask, what is the plan? I hope the plan has been fleshed out to 12th grade. I don't think it's unreasonable to think 7 years, we've waited long enough. I'm not saying I need to know dates, times, that kind of stuff, but what is the curricular plan? There has to be some type of foundation, some type of plan that truly addresses the student needs academically, while still supporting their ability to explore other curricular areas. So if I were to boil it down to a few questions, how is the current curriculum designed for all learners? You you have to take in perspective, maybe, I'm trying to be as open, maybe the district was thinking the mixture of those Spanish speakers were going to assist in rising the learning of the new coming students in. But I think there's right now a little imbalance on what is pushing them forward in that rotation expectation. So I'm not totally upset, but I am slightly disappointed, okay, on what those students are getting. I already specified, I think really there should be a release of the K-12 plan for this. That part I just don't understand. And then why must these decisions be made last minute? It is the beginning of second semester. And I kept telling people, we just have to wait. We have to be patient. They're going to release something. They must have learned from last year of releasing stuff so late, they're not going to do it to us again. I don't know what to tell people in the community that ask me questions. So I would highly encourage that if there is a plan, please express it to the parents that are out there wondering what is going to happen, because last year was right before summer. The other thing to remember is this small first cohort. They've been isolated in an environment that, I'm not saying it's negative, but we have to put into perspective, that first class is not as big as any of the rest. Therefore, the options that they've had, it is important that they have the ability to take band and electives and all the different things, because they've been a small group. And we know as society grows and changes, our children need to have the capacity to socialize appropriately and be able to deal with all types of people and not get comfortable in the environment of a fishbowl situation that it is very contained and they don't have the skills necessary to be successful when they walk across the stage. So if anyone has any questions, you can contact me. I know you have limited time. I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Appreciate the comments. Thank you. I believe there's any more public comments. Move to item number 6, revision and adoption of the agenda. Any changes we would like to see to the agenda? Not seeing any, I will make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
Second.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Fagliano. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right. Motion passes and revision will stay the same as printed. And we will move on to number 7, the superintendent's report. Ms. Lombard.
I am going to shift orders here for just a moment because we have a number of young friends in the audience that I'm going to make sit through a couple of the reports. We're going to start with my last report first, so bear with me on this if I follow that. So it is time for us to bid farewell to a remarkable member of our school district family. Tonight, it's with mixed emotions that I recognize Ms. Julie Stock for her retirement from Huntley 158. Now, Julie still has to be with us officially till the 31st, but it is her last board meeting tonight. And we will continue to celebrate and have something in her last week that's a little bit more appropriate for not a board meeting setting. So, Julie began the district in October of 2007 as a secretary at Marlowe Middle School, later to become the principal secretary. And then in 2017, she transitioned to the district office into her current role as the executive administrative assistant and recording board secretary. And more importantly, my right-hand lady in friend. Julie, your dedication, your hard work, and your unwavering commitment to our school community has left an indelible mark on all of us, especially the students and the families at District 158. Whether you were in the building or over here at the district office, you did whatever it took to make sure that a student or a family who was in need, they had what they needed. Throughout your many years of service as an administrative assistant, you've been the backbone of our operations. You joke often about being the principal at Marlowe and the superintendent here. And truth be told, literally, you keep things running smoothly and operating so the rest of us can do the things we need to do. Your organizational skills, attention to detail, and your ability to navigate the complexities of our school district have been truly invaluable. Whether it's coordinating events, managing schedules, and providing a warm and welcoming presence at the front desk at Marlowe, or over the phone here at district office, you've consistently gone above and beyond. Beyond your professional contributions, it's your kindness, your patience, and your genuine care for everyone you interact with that sets you apart. You handle difficult phone calls and try to problem solve with the person on the other end of the phone. You're able to calm and comfort others when their emotions are high. You've been a source of inspiration to your colleagues and a pillar of support for the entire Huntley 158 school community. Your positive impact on the lives of students, parents, and staff alike is immeasurable. Your impact on me has been profound as well. You're more than a coworker, Julie. You're my family. As you embark on this new chapter of your life, finally taking time for you, and I mean you really need to do that because you're always taking care of everyone else. I want you to know how much you'll be missed. And while that saying goes, the show must go on, and we know that so too will the district, it will go on with a void that will never be filled exactly the same way. Julie, I hope you know that the legacy you leave behind, may the next chapter of your life be filled with joy and relaxation, lots and lots of family time. We hear lots of stories. I think I know all of you personally, even though I've only met a couple of you, and all the wonderful experiences that you deserve. Now, Julie, in honor of you, I will be instituting a bring your dog to work day.
Perfect, I'll start tomorrow.
That's on a daily basis, so joking aside, because we don't bring dogs to work, you ready for me? Julie, don't be a stranger. I hope you know the door is always open for you, and I hope that all of us stay in contact with you. You've made an extremely lasting impression on District 158. Julie, we have a little plaque for you. I know it's just a gesture. And again, we've had a couple videos sent from former employees, all of those things that we will be sharing with you when we get together closer to your last day to celebrate too. I'm a little ashamed that your crown is not on.
I have one on at all times. Can I take a quick picture with the kids up there?
Yeah.
I was gonna think. Oh, hi, baby. Want to take a picture? Oh, yeah. What is that?
Right up on it. That's the whole family. Yep. All right, guys. 1, 2, 3. Taking a few.
Do you want to turn the baby around? I can't.
Oh. One more. Oh, that's better. Okay. All right, you guys look here. There we go. Anybody else?
You guys, thank you for sharing Juju with us. Now it's all yours. Well, you know, we
Can we do one with you and Jeff?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
He comes forward, right?
Yeah.
Tommy.
Got used to it. Do you want me to take?
Okay.
There we go.
Good center.
There we go.
No.
There we go.
Okay, thanks. Yeah. Okay, we will now move on to the strategic plan update, mid-year, similar to our operational efficiencies update. We have put in the packet, all of our KPIs with, where we are for on target, if anything has been, met at this time, and then a description. But we did want to highlight 3 of the different areas, but we'll then open it up for, questions if there are other components that we have. So I think we are going to kick it over to the Learning and Innovation team, and they will take it from here.
Hello. Well, she pulls up the presentation. So I'm Paula Moan, I'm the director.
It's done?
Sorry,
Oh,
I
there.
thought it was green.
It looks green.
I'm Paula Moan, I'm the director of curriculum for pre-K through 5th grade.
Hi, everyone. I'm Brian Trix. I'm the director for 612.
Good evening, Lindsay Spears, Director of Curriculum for Data Assessment and MTSS.
So while Dr. McCrindle pulls up our presentation, we will be presenting on 3 of our key performance indicators tonight, even though we are working on many, many more every day, right?
Mm-hmm.
I apologize, there was an update, of course, right then.
Well, while you're pulling that up, one of the things that we did decide to do, as you know, that we are pulling off and having 3 curricular committee workshops that will be separated some at the end of this month and into February. We will also be touching on the academic process and progress of what we've been doing in terms of those KPIs that are looking at achievement and things like that. So felt that was more appropriate than for those areas.
Yeah, so tonight we're going to do 2 different updates for you, and then Ms. Bill's going to take over some special services. So the first one is for our literacy review, and as Ms. Moan introduced herself, she's going to take it away from here.
Yes, so this is my favorite topic. Anyone that knows me knows I could talk to you about it all night long, but I know it's a long agenda. So we will be, first of all, just talking about our K-12 literacy plan update, which really began with the K-5 literacy plan that you've seen in the past. And so we wanted to see what the Illinois literacy plan was going to look like as we started to continue to plan this vision at a K-12 level. So Illinois put out a plan to create a literacy plan because of Senate Bill 2243, which was passed in May of 23. And that required all districts in the state of Illinois then to abide by this plan that Illinois will send the final version out at the end of this month. We've actually seen the first draft of the plan, and Dr. McCrindle and I were able to even go to some of the listening tours to get some feedback on that. They then sent a second draft with some of the updates. And so we don't anticipate that many changes to that plan, but we were really happy to see a lot of what was in that plan. So under this plan, there are some specific guidelines that districts will need to follow under the state plan, and we're kind of highlighting them right here. They will come out with a rubric for us to evaluate our curricula and our practices that are evidence-based in the way that we're teaching students how to read. A template to support districts in how we develop that plan, as well as how to employ our literacy coaches. We're fortunate that we have those already in order to help train and support our staff in this plan, and then training opportunities for educators before January of 2025. I feel like I'm really bending down. So this plan really has 3 main goals. And so as you see there, goal 1 is that every student in the state deserves high quality, evidence-based literacy instruction. The second goal relates to educators, and that we're actually preparing our teachers in order to deliver high quality, evidence-based literacy instruction. And that third goal is that our leaders are equipped to also help support and guide these initiatives, particularly at the building level. So you see the term evidence-based often. And so some of you maybe have heard the term science of reading. That's a pretty popular term right now. And really, it kind of gets a bad rap sometimes just to call it by that, because it's really based on the evidence behind how students actually develop the skills to become competent and strong readers throughout the years. So there are evidence-based instructional practices. And so that is really the approaches, the applications, the routines that have been proven and shown through research-based studies that are effective in how students learn. So for example, giving specific feedback is an evidence-based instructional practice. CHAMPS is not a program. CHAMPS is a set of instructional practices that have backed research that this helps students be successful. There are also evidence-based learning concepts. And so this is where our standards really come into play. That is that at a grade level, these are the standards that we need to progress so that students have the skills that they need to be successful. Those are our foundational learning standards, our language standards, our math standards, including our CASEL competencies, our social emotional learning standards, and our college and career readiness indicators. And that third side is there are evidence-based programs. And so this talks more about the resources and materials that we put in teachers' hands that actually have studies designed and research behind them that they are effective. So I really think it is our responsibility to put those materials in teachers' hands so that they then can focus on the students in front of them and shifting their practices in order to best meet their students' needs. So here's the good news. The good news is that we were sort of forward thinking in this, and we've already taken some steps toward this. So when the plan started to come out, we were pretty excited. So if you look at these 3 goals, here are some of the things that we've already started here in Huntley that are already aligning to what this plan says. So back in 2020, we looked at what our elementary students really needed to become successful literacy students. And we knew that the foundational reading skills might have already been lacking, and that there was a way and a progression that students learn how to read. So at that point, we adopted a foundational skills literacy program. We were heading into the pandemic, and we also knew that we really needed something in kids' hands. And then that was the development of our knowledge-based units of instruction, so that not only could we develop the foundational skills of the code of how you learn how to read, but we also could develop the knowledge, the vocabulary, and the ability to comprehend. So that began in 2020 here. We are now beginning our 612 literacy review as well ahead of that. Our second goal is for training. So when we were adopting some of these materials, we were also thinking about how do we train our teachers in these evidence-based practices so they know how to use these materials. So we trained our staff beginning in the 2021 school year, or 21-22, and then continued last year, and even now, collaborating with the CORE Consortium of Reading Excellence and the CORE Teaching Reading Sourcebook on the major components of how students learn to read, involving phonemic awareness, how students hear sounds, phonics, how they pick those up off the page, fluency, how you develop reading, as well as vocabulary and comprehension. 612 this summer also partnered with CORE to begin that at the 612 level as well. And then that third goal is how we are have already begun to equip our leaders. We, back in 2020, had EAB, our research partners, come and give us a presentation on the national state of reading across the nation and what students need, because scores across the nation have been challenging for years. So we actually had that training back in 2020 on narrowing the 3rd grade reading gap, and many of our leaders were actually trained first in CORE to become certified trainers themselves. Some principals, myself, Dr. McCrindle, all have that training, so we're certified trainers so that we continue this anytime we get new staff. So that's a huge celebration for us. We were pretty excited that what we already had going is a part of this literacy plan. So just like anything, anytime we make a shift, and so as we started to make this shift, we also are tracking our data. And we're constantly looking at what is data showing, especially when we make any type of instructional shift, either through materials or practices. So if you take a look here, we do our universal screening 3 times a year. And our universal screening is really supposed to be a quick academic screening that gives us an overall, what is the health of our Tier 1 system? what are we delivering to all students, and is it actually impactful? And what instructional materials and approaches are doing the job? So it's a little difficult historically to look at this because you put the pandemic right there in the middle of those foundational years. So when I looked back at the 2018-19, because then I didn't have to think about the impact of the pandemic, and I thought about what we were doing in 2018-19, and that was what was considered more of a balanced literacy approach. It wasn't this science of reading, evidence-based instructional approach. We were using different materials, and that bar right there, that first one, is the median score of our average growth from fall to spring for first graders, which is the crucial beginning stages of when someone learns how to read. And then I compared that to once we began our new materials and our new instructional practices, the 21-22, and I only have fall to spring, obviously 22-23. And so I'm excited to see that not only is the research say that is the best way to teach students how to read, but our internal data is also showing that we're seeing that as well. So we'll continue to track that, and we continue to look, up. It starts down in kindergarten, so we have to think about how long this has been, and it has been a short period of time, but we're excited about what we're seeing so far. So I'm going to turn it over to, go ahead.
Tony, and that is growth rate, meaning where they started.
Yeah, so where they started in the fall to the spring, where they finished.
Okay. It's the percentage.
Yes.
Increase.
So the percent of increase.
Okay.
Yep. So I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Brian. And so when I was talking about the evidence-based, standards, we want to talk a little bit about some of the shifts in, we've had our standards for a while, but there are specific shifts in those standards that we're really, really honing in on, especially as we look forward toward the 612 literacy review.
Thanks, Paul. So as Paul alluded to, one of the things that we've done in 612 is to begin the rollout of science reading. And by science reading, again, just practices that are informed by evidence, a wealth of research about how kids learn to read. At secondary, it moves from some of those foundational skills and really heavily centers itself around vocabulary and comprehension. And so because of those shifts, it centers it around instructional practices. And so these are the three core instructional practices that are center of the professional development we've been providing this school year as part of our initial stages of the literacy review. And so the first one there is centering all of the text that students engage with in all media and what we identify as complex text. That means at grade level, it's high level reading, high lexile, complex themes, things like that. And then just kind of a wealth of different sources. The older you get, all kinds of different texts, science, social studies, English, et cetera. And then you ground them in practices that require students to reflect and use those texts on a regular basis. So when it says grounding it in evidence, what it means is that students are regularly required to come back to the sources that we put at the center of their classrooms, in English classrooms, in social studies, and science. They have to reference that evidence to make arguments, to come to conclusions. And so those smaller bullet points are really in there to highlight its well-defended claims. So you've probably heard that the idea now is often to give students ownership and take positions, and they're expected to engage with a wealth of resources. And then third, and this is really important, a wealth of knowledge that informs students' ability to approach new texts. We've all probably experienced this before, and that is if we don't expose students to a significant foundation of knowing when they approach a new thing, and it mentions Abraham Lincoln and it talks about what's happening in the Civil War, if they don't know what the Civil War is, they're lost. And so with that, it's the expectation starts in K-5, and we continue it forward at 612, continually exposing them to all kinds of a variety of media, but also different contents. And so you see a lot that involves more history, social studies, and science at the secondary level. So those three shifts really inform them and is the underpinning of what we're doing for our literacy review moving forward. And so the first step in a literacy review, we didn't get a chance to do this before. And that is right before the pandemic, we had started, as Paula alluded to, a K-5 movement. Typically what you ask educators to do is develop a vision. Where are we going? That had to be put on pause a little bit. So we got to do it now. We are finalizing that, and that will be coming forward to you. We have the beginning of that, and that is what is up here, our first part of the draft. We believe, as it says here, so I'm just going to read it, we believe literacy builds the foundation of lifelong learning and meaningful engagement by nurturing a community of learners who embrace curiosity, resilience, and empathy. Students become effective readers, writers, and communicators, empowered to navigate the complexities of college, careers, and global citizenship. And then we have that all organized, and we have this committee of K through 12 people, pre-K 12, who have all come together to really add input. What do we want our kids when they leave Huntley? Who do we want them to be, and what do we want to have worked with them to grow them in as learners? And so we came up with 3 major buckets. You can kind of see how they are informed by what I just talked about. That students are continually engaging with meaningful and complex text. That regularly they're grounding their daily work and writing in discussion based on evidence. And then finally, that we put them in the position sometimes to productively struggle. Right, that they are going to be in a position, as we can all imagine, and we've all experienced this as adults. You struggle sometimes on your own for the first time when you leave here, and there's nobody to help you. We want them to be able to be exposed to challenge, but then be there to be supports. And so while we're fleshing out that more, and we'll come with more detail, that is the pillars of the vision that we currently have for K-12. And what I wanted then to highlight as the last part before we talk about kind of the timeline of our review. A vision isn't just a lofty goal, it is something we continue to come back to inform our practices. And so these 10 things really summarize how we engage with our vision and how we use it as a point of reflection and guidance. And so we use it moving forward. Once we have the vision established, we will use it to identify our units, to create assessments, to select materials, right? To, as it says, consider the allocation of resources, where we identify the major needs, how we deliver our instruction. You can imagine if we say students need to continually engage with evidence, that means there needs to be sources in front of them on a regular basis. We need to analyze our practices and make sure that they actually align with the things that we've set out to do, and also what needs and support we have. We talk a lot here. It's our wheelhouse, and we love it deeply. Professional development. We want to make sure we're supporting our teachers to be successful. And then we want to build this as a foundation for our PLCs, our professional learning communities in the classrooms, for them to have something to work for and strive for on a regular basis, and for it to be a touch point for our work with our families and our community, so that you know what we're working toward and what you can then ask of us in return. And finally, provide students with feedback. As Paula alluded to, feedback is so central, and that feedback needs to be timely and very specific to kids and their growth, and so that's what the vision helps them for.
We have a tentative next step for our timeline. We have a 3-year up there. We divided up K-5, 6, 8, 9, 12. Again, it's tentative, so things will change, because that's what we want to do and respond to what we need to do in the moment as well. But the first year is this year, and that's that first row. So at K-5, we're reviewing that Illinois literacy plan. We're actually doing that at K-12. Over in the K-5 world, we're continuing that use of those foundational skills materials that Paula had brought up. And we're using our knowledge-based units, which are that interdisciplinary approach of science and social studies, and looking at reading from that angle. We are in year 4, it's hard to think about that, of taking that approach with our staff and with our instruction. And then we're also looking at our minutes in a day. We know we need to adjust some of the minutes that we have in our day and making sure we're prioritizing the right areas. And so we're going to have some conversations about how can we adjust some of the time we had allocated. Last time we did that was about 2 years ago, and so we do that on a regular basis to shift maybe a little more time from something to a different area based on need. And so we're going to begin that work with our admin team this spring. Also this year at the 6-8 level, review of the Illinois literacy plan, I shared that. They've been working on that professional learning of science of reading, which Mr. Truax shared. They're going to start adjusting some of their unit frameworks. We believe that the materials that 6-8 is using right now may be the right materials to continue using. We're waiting on EdReports, which is one of those evidence-based research websites that Ms. Moan talked about, to come out with the rating, and it's supposed to come out this spring. So we want to make sure that the materials we're using are working. But we know we need to make some adjustments to some of those, and so we're going to begin that work this spring. We also know, Ms. Lombard, I'm sure, has shared our middle school schedule. We need to take a look at our schedule and make it consistent across both buildings, and also make sure we're prioritizing time the right way. So we're going to begin those conversations this spring with a collaborative group of our staff and admin to start to have those conversations, which might have implications on some of our time throughout the day. And then we're exploring the impact of artificial intelligence. We believe that that's really going to hit more heavily in some of our English, social studies, science, I guess any course really, but it is going to impact literacy very highly. And so we're trying to explore that as well. 9-12 is doing something very similar to 6-8. Next year, with K-5, we're going to be looking at that review of the impact of those units that we've been implementing in our foundational skills. Based on what we find and doing a needs assessment, we might need to explore some changes to continue to make sure that we are aligned to the Illinois Literacy Plan and evidence-based materials. And then you can see the next 25-26 is kind of TBD based on what we learn next year. 6-8, we are going to be really doing a big emphasis next year on that disciplinary literacy. So what does teaching reading look like in science and social studies as well? Because we know it needs to be throughout the day. So when you take a text, are you reading like a scientist? Are you reading like a social, a social studies, what's the right word? Not person. What's the right word? Historian, thank you. Or are you reading, which version are we going to be looking at? Like a mathematician, how about that? And so you want to take it from the angle of that, because we all approach text differently based on what they are, and really taking a look at our instructional strategies, and that's going to happen in 6-12 as well. Starting to look at some of the units that we could do to take that interdisciplinary approach with social studies and literacy. And then our goal next year with 6-8 is to really try to find time within the schedule to provide some creative opportunities to provide our students at the middle school level of support. We're not able to do that all the time with our schedule, and we know we need to support their literacy growth. And so we're going to implement a little bit of something before 25-26, where we would hopefully have a full revised middle school schedule to implement that's been collaboratively developed, and we've had time to kind of go through that whole process. And that's all. Yeah, you want to go?
Just to add one thing, although it's on there, I just want to emphasize it, and that is at the secondary level, one of the other components of our literacy review that will move forward, so you'll hear about this in next year, I'll be up here again, is to talk through literacy being not just an English-focused only thing at secondary. It needs to be, as you look at the standards, you'll see that there's a lot of literature that is heavy. There's a great deal of reading for information. And to make sure that we're really supporting our students and our staff, it will be focused on both English and social studies as we move forward, and we define that in literacy at the secondary. So as it says there, we'll be focusing then at 6-8 and creating some interdisciplinary units so that there's a lot of overlap between what happens in English and what happens in social studies. At the high school level, as you alluded to, disciplinary literacy will be central. So I just wanted to highlight that part as well.
What have you guys just touched very briefly on? You're the C&I part, the curriculum and instruction of the learning innovation, but in that whole department, we've got our EL, our dual language, our special education, some of our special programs. When you're doing this review, is that all encompassing? Are you partnering with all of the other directors and assistant superintendents and staff on that component?
Yes, I'll answer. You know what, I actually think the team has really come together even just recently about that very thing, and had some conversations about everything we're looking at. We need to look at it from a broad lens to make sure that there's accessibility for all of our students, and that it doesn't make sense for us to all work in silos and not work together, because all of our students are in classrooms together and all, have different needs. And so we're really partnering, I think, heavily with that. I don't know if you have anything to add there, Steve.
No, that was actually my intro to my, no, it was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. I was really excited for you to say that. I think, yes, we are really excited. We're in a really good place to begin having these conversations about how does this all work together. We have so many incredibly talented administrators in this department that are just absolutely skilled. And so it's been absolutely incredibly I have all these wonderful vocabulary words. Just to say, to be able to work in a learning and innovation department alongside curriculum as an extension and in concert with what they're doing has just made the work we are doing in our curriculum review so much more meaningful. And so we've learned a lot from curriculum and innovation. We hope they're learning a lot from us, and it really just has been remarkable. So I am excited. I'll just.
Well, I just want to say the literacy plan, too.
Saying it's an alley-oop to you, but it's her next. Right?
I just wanted to add one more piece. So just today, Ms. Poncho Jordan was giving some professional learning to our admin on biliteracy, and with our dual language program, we know we have some changes that we need to make. That is its own KPI, is reviewing that multilingual support. And so We have a plan currently in the works, and it will be presented on very, very soon, and we know we need to collaborate and get some input from families on that. But we are definitely looking at that from all angles, at that K-12 level as well as with our dual language programs.
And so does the literacy. The Illinois Literacy Plan does as well. The Illinois Literacy Plan is all encompassing of our multilingual learners, our special education students. So we're looking at all of that together.
And I'm glad that you touched, I've got it on. I'm glad that you touched on the dual language. Obviously, you heard the parents this evening expressing a great deal of frustration that is for an extended period of time. So I don't want to pounce on that. You've heard it yourself. You don't need me to reiterate it. What I am curious, and I think you've answered it, but I'm not sure I grasped it. And that's that the learning standards that are being addressed here don't apply to English-only speaking. It is comprehensive in many different fronts and many different tiers.
Right, those standards are for all students.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
They are.
Thinking that I heard it, but I wanted to.
They are.
Thank you.
How much is verbal communication like you're doing right now, or presented to us, wrapped into this, or is it mostly just reading and writing?
No, verbal communication is huge. We have speaking and listening standards, and so that is such a big skill. It plays into this entire side of the listening and language comprehension piece, and the ability for you also to communicate with others is a huge part of literacy. We're even down to the wire of talking about that the complex syntax of sentence structure is significant to your ability to also be strong in literacy. We know we don't speak necessarily the way that we might read something in a text. And so as we're learning complicated syntax, we're also talking about how do you even speak in that way. So it definitely is all encompassing.
And that starts really early.
In kindergarten.
Yeah.
We have standards in kindergarten on that.
Thank you.
And now Mrs. Pierce is going to come up and talk about chronic absenteeism.
Well, this is certainly less sensational than curriculum. However, we do need kids in seats to do that. One of our KPIs is to decrease the percentage of students who are chronically absent by refining and implementing our multi-tiered systems of support. Before we go on, we're going to be using this word chronic absenteeism. What does it mean? Essentially, if you are a student who is missing more than 10% of the time that we are in school, that for any reason, excused or unexcused, you are considered to be chronically absent. So if we have 90 days in the school year thus far, and a student has missed 9 days for any reason, they would be considered, in the eyes of the state, as chronically absent. EAB, I just want to briefly mention, is our research partner, and it's pretty incredible. This company is ahead of the game with a lot of the issues that are coming up in education. They've done research studies, not only the studies of here's what, but now what. They provide districts with a plan of action based on the research. They make recommendations. So previously, they've touched on the science of reading, perfect timing with that. They came out with chronic absenteeism. That's where this comes from, and behavior challenges, behavior management. So I think coming up is AI and building the capacity of building teams. So they're pretty spot on, and it's very helpful for us as an organization. So our EAB research has shown that this is obviously a national pandemic of absenteeism, and post-pandemic, the rates of absenteeism have skyrocketed. I think there's some disillusionment of the importance of school, fear of being in the building. There are a lot of different reasons why students are absent, and it's difficult to know what each one of those are because they can be very personal to a student. And something that we are seeing an increase in is student anxiety and school refusal. So we're seeing a lot of those numbers rise as well. So to be clear, this is not a Huntley issue. This is not an Illinois issue. This is a nationwide issue. So that gives you some perspective on our charge. The research on the impact of irregular attendance, I think, is critical for all stakeholders to understand. I quite honestly didn't truly understand this until I was a high school administrator and how I really saw this shake out as students are about to age out of our system. But starting at a very early age, the impact of non-attendance does carry throughout the years. And if you think about the compounded minutes that are lost of instructional time, but not only that, but the opportunity to practice skills, generalized skills, social skills, relationships, develop work habits, understand what it means to be dependable and on time. Those are all factors. So I'm not gonna read the slide to you because I think a lot gets lost there with me trying to summarize. So if you could take a moment to read the research and what it means to have a student who is chronically absent. It should go without saying, and I think it's easy for us in education to put the dots together here, but the relationship between attendance, academics, behavior, and social emotional skills is you can't argue it. It's they're so intertwined that you cannot ignore attendance, and I'm so glad that our strategic plan has decided to put that front and center, that it is all-encompassing and touches every part of our school system. And more importantly, it impacts our community. So when we're talking about attendance, non-attendance, and the call for us to address attendance, there is a lot at stake. Great news. That was a little bleak, I know, but we have some good news here. We are working, obviously, to decrease that percentage. Last year, our Illinois State Report Card shows that 25.8% of our students at Huntley were chronically absent, which means that 26% of our students were missing 10% of the school year or more. Hot off the, yes?
Sorry, numerically, that's what, 18,
19.
Yes. Yes. Hot off the press, as of yesterday, we have our chronic absenteeism down to 18%. So what gets measured, I think, again, gets done, and this being front and center is going to touch every part of our system and our community.
But that 18% is just for that period of time, August to January.
Yes, up to
whereas
this
the
point.
25% was the entire school year.
Correct.
So we could track that way, hopefully we'll track. We'll see. Yep.
This is just a quick glance of where our numbers are at across the system. So we like to have this type of information in front of us because it helps for intervention purposes. We want to be trying to catch these kids who are nearly chronic, trending chronic, and implement some interventions that are specific to them, but we're not at the emergency level. And this helps us to keep an eye on the ball of where are we trending.
What percentage of the chronically absent, and I don't mean to put you on the spot with a number, but how much of it in your thoughts are actually truant, are unexcused versus?
I want to say that,
put you on the spot.
yeah, I want to say that it's less than 10%. This information shows you by grade level the pattern of chronic absenteeism. You can see in early childhood, we're not state reporting on that, but it is a measure that we like to keep an eye on, knowing the importance of early intervention and patterns of attendance behavior over time start very young. So this gives you a picture of across the district what grade levels we might want to target for some attendance campaigning. This, I mean, we could argue that senioritis and junioritis are a real thing.
Second graderitis.
Yeah, something about second. This information shares more about, to your question, of where are our absences coming from. we have a absence code. So anytime a child is absent from school, it's coded into PowerSchool in their student information attendance portal, and sometimes parents call in. In that case, we have more information about why a child may not be at school. However, it isn't necessarily captured with details when we pull data. It's usually in the comments of PowerSchool. So these are the attendance codes summarized here. It's very stark contrast. Obviously, you can see that the excused absence and excused by parents are the same. In elementary, we call it excused by parent. In secondary, we call it excused absence. So that is something that I've mentioned before. You could kind of stack on top of each other, which makes that bar of that graph even taller. This is showing every instance of this attendance code being applied to our system. The partial here is a code that's used in elementary to basically signify that the child was there for some part of the day, but left at some point. The hall tardies, unverified absences, unexcused absences, those are, I'm going to actually step away from the hall tardy. The unverified and unexcused absences mean that either unverified, we have no idea, a parent didn't call in, or we're having a hard time reaching the parent to get that information. And the unexcused is the child was absent from school, but we have decided that it's not an excused absence.
My question to that graph is, excused absences and excused by parent mean that a parent is involved in that decision then for their child, at least in one instance, maybe multiple instances, to not be present during school. So we can have all of these services at school, but the crux of the issue is we need to get the message to parents that your job is to get your kids to school and your kid's job is to be in school. And we need to bring that number down. And that's outside of our control. So are we going to see how we work with our parent community to put that responsibility on them to make sure that that number starts to decrease? Because to Andy's point, a lot of these absences aren't necessarily kids just not going to school. It's they're being called out by their parent. Their parent isn't valuing the education for that day for whatever reason that is.
Correct, and those reasons range from, a family emergency to, I think the example last week was a cold sore. So the understanding of the impact of non-attendance, I think, does need to be campaigned around. So to your point too, you can see that the unexcused or unverified, the truancy numbers are very low in comparison to parent excused.
So I know this is going to be my next report, but it ties in right here, so we're just going to squeeze it in there. So the Parent-Teacher Advisory Committee, we had that last night, our second meeting.
Yeah.
And we narrowed down because there were so many overlaps of different topics to about 4 problem statements. And the 2 we were going to tackle last night were attendance and then starting the behavior discipline. And it was such a robust conversation around these things, which then would continue exactly what you're talking about, Mrs. Fleming, to see how do we now get that information out to parents, how do we try to partner, how do we work with that, because we can only do so much.
Right.
And we can educate and we can give the data that will talk about those things, but what's that next component there? And I think there are some things we started looking at the handbook last night. There's language in there about certain things. At the secondary level, it talks about after so many absences, anything after that would turn into an unexcused absence. The elementary level, we don't have that. We have that ability to determine what's excused or unexcused, but I think we need to firm up what is that language so it's much more clear for parents and consistent with the other 2. At the high school level, and I know it was something that you brought up, and I'm not sure, I wasn't in the secondary discussion, but there's, maybe Mr. Annie brought it up at the beginning of the school year or the summer maybe, there's language that's in the handbook about X number of unexcused absences from a class. And that's probably more, well, it could be full days, but it could also be just not going to that classroom. That after so many of those, we could institute that they would be dropped from the class. But in terms of doing that, should be that wraparound with the pod, having conversations around that to utilize what's not just, hey, we're not going to give you a heads up, we're not going to try to figure out what's going on, you're just dropped. But Dr. Wheelan, you could speak better to me on that, but I don't think we use that. Right, and so it's in there, but maybe we need to start looking at that.
Yeah, and
Kind of
it
like
was,
cell phones.
yeah, for sure. It was initially in the, first off, good evening. It was initially in the handbook, and it was something that we looked at, but I'm like, we drop a kid from the class, then where do they go? We still need to graduate kids in 4 years, and some are behind on credit. So really that really pushed us to figure out how do we support our kids and figure out where they need to go. But yes, that is conversation that our building reps, that all of us have kind of been working on.
It shouldn't be an all or none, that, hey, you hit this mark and you're done, because it is that wraparound service to have a conversation and then to try to figure out, but at least knowing, hey, that is a possibility. If it's just that you're just not going, not that you're struggling or there's something else as the root cause, you just can go, Adam, you don't have to pass comments today, right?
Yep, and there are natural consequences that happen for a student who misses class and are unverified or not excused, where they come in and there's some penalty with regard to being able to make up work for full credit and remediating tests and the remediation policy. There's a lot of things that kick in that really try to encourage students, like, you need to be here so that you can have access to these academic supports should you need them, I guess.
And again, we don't want to be punitive. We want to try to ascertain what's the reason and the rationale, because the second grader not coming is probably not their choice that they're not coming, and how do we support and give those services. But we do need, this is more than any of our other KPIs on here, that we need to have that collaboration and partnership with our parents and our community. And I know it was, hey, we're going to do this for 45 minutes in turn, but we couldn't stop because that conversation really was going down a nice road and a path that I said beautiful.
And that parent partnership last evening, I think, was crucial to be able to start to unpack how we can support this. I also want to mention, too, the impact on our teachers with students who are not attending, having to catch kids up when they return while also having your foot in current instruction with the rest of your class is demanding and exhausting for our staff. So the impact on our teachers is something that we also would want to keep an eye on, because it is so difficult to have the eye on both balls with people coming in, after an absence and trying to keep them up. So some of the things that we've been working on so far and things that we have planned to do ahead, our Unified Insights dashboard, while it's not specific to attendance, it has, this is very much like the first month of rollout as we're starting to get our data put into the system. But it's allowing us to look at this data in multiple ways. Historically, we would have to pull these reports, and we would be dependent on, the reports in PowerSchool. And a lot of these things were isolated. Unified Insights is allowing us to look at this data in conjunction with students' performance in their classes, with their historical attendance data over time, with behavior data, with, incident management. So that is allowing us to look at data in a way that we haven't been able to before, which is going to be super powerful for problem solving. The other piece to that is it allows a quick and easy and efficient way for our districts and building leaders to look at critical attendance measures and build a cadence or a routine of looking at that consistently and having a mechanism for supporting the students who are at risk of being chronically absent, as well as those who are. And it also has meant that it's allowed us to pick up some rocks of some inaccurate data that was feeding into the system that we're working to and have been making huge strides in as a result of our building administrative team to clean that data up and make sure it's as accurate as possible so we're meaningful and actionable. That being said, data changes when you clean it up. So always a good warning when you're doing data cleanup. The focus on accurately coding, that goes along with the data cleanup, but we have a lot of attendance codes. And as you saw, we have a lot of codes that don't necessarily tell a story that we can take action on or that we can intervene on or develop a plan for change making. So our current task right now is to review those attendance codes that are being used, how they're being used, identify maybe which codes we want to keep, which ones we want to maybe split up a little bit and define further so they can be meaningful for us with decision-making, and then to use that to develop a handbook for anyone who touches our attendance system, for example, attendance secretaries, to, when they get a phone call with a reason from a parent, they are consistently across the district coding it the same way. So that all the variables right now with attendance coding make that data less meaningful for us. So we want to make sure that we can clean that up. Like somebody was, I saw faces that looked like I'm about to ask a question.
Yeah, no, so in light of the recent legislative changes regarding mental health days, I know that the way that the statute reads and the way that people are interpreted are two different things from what I've understood. Is that something that's specifically coded in here so we can understand how many people, how many students are taking those days off as well?
Yes, we could pull the number of students. Right now we have just had the number of times the code was applied in that graph. It is 1,381 codes. So that may represent, 500 students. Yeah, well, you've seen bigger fonts. That's pretty tiny. Yeah. So it factors into our absence data.
Right.
And that's hard when we have to deal with illnesses like the flu or COVID or family emergencies or somebody's getting married. I mean, things happen, and in our attendance data, it doesn't reflect all those nuances. Sure. So the things that we can control, we want to go full force.
And in that 10% number, this is 5 out of those 18 days. So
yes,
now
yes,
13 for illness or medical emergency, family emergency, et cetera. So it shrinks that number significantly just by nature of using those 5 days.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's necessarily clear to parents, that those 5 days are also out of the 18 whole. So I think parents might think that it's 18 and then an additional 5, so you're really getting 23, when that's actually not the case.
Yeah, and I think this is a matter of getting that message across, of understanding the terminology. Say, yep, this is truancy, the chronic absenteeism doesn't care. It's a all or none condition. It's a 1 or a 0, and that's it. So whether it's excused or not, this contributes to it.
Yeah.
I would also look to the impact at the high school with the blended program, because I have a student at the high school, and there'll be times when any of my students that have had blended have said, can I get called out of school? Most of my classes are blended today, so I don't really need to be there at the other classes. I would say no, because that class might be blended, but you not being in another class impacts the teacher, the rest of the class, it impacts her, it impacts me. So those ones where it's excused by parent, are they excusing them from a class because the student at the high school level at least is saying, well, I'm blended in a lot of my classes, and are we looking at how blended is potentially should be paused while we tackle these attendance and absenteeism issues?
Just to speak to that a little bit, it was something that at the high school level, I know in collaboration with Marcus and Shelley Kish at the high school as well, it was a data point that we were looking at as well. At one point, blended was kind of accessible to all students. We have implemented some more stringent conditions to try to reduce that because there were some more clear correlations. Because of those, we've restricted the amount of blended courses our freshmen can take to 1, 2 to sophomores, et cetera. And so we have been able to scale back that impact because there was something that was going on, and it was one of our first places to tackle. So if you have a senior or a junior, they have more access to blended, and that might be one contributing factor, but there's also some other stuff going on there. But anyway, to your point, though, it has been something that we looked at, and the administrative team at the high school began to address that as well. But yeah, that's another point. Yeah.
Meeting structures, the ability to pull data that like we're able to do now with Unified Insights in a way that we've never been able to do before has allowed us to have some meetings structured around conversations on identification of attendance barriers and problem solving around those. We did share that same graph that you saw with our administrative team, And similar to our parent committee activity, we attempted to problem solve on some of those reasons that we're getting those parent requests, which again ranged from things that were absolutely reasons why a child would stay home from school to, wow, we're surprising. So the ability for our teams to be able to engage in these conversations is critical, and to be able to even have this conversation here today. But many of the barriers that were identified both by parents and by our building administrators included vacations, that's a big one. Anxiety, social conflict, youth sports and activities, transportation barriers, childcare, doctor appointments, and then, being sick, but then not meeting the too sick to be at school threshold. And another component of our work is to be able to continue learning as a system in partnership with our parents. And for just some examples that are up there, our EAB allows us to, kind of build a framework around how to problem solve with this and maybe some next steps to take. We are also going to be studying the Tackling Attendance Challenges book that is aligned with our CHAMPS and fits under that umbrella of utilizing the multi-tiered system of supports to build your tools and strategies to address attendance. The EAB, as I said, they're usually just right on with what the problems or barriers are, and then their input on how we might address those. So problem one being that parents may not really value the being in school versus being out of school. That value of that absence is value judgment. So being able to educate parents there on the importance of being in school and what happens when you're not is important. And then the pandemic, we had a lot of, are we going to be in school? Are we not going to be in school? And how important is it if we're not? And if it's virtual? So a lot of that back and forth and confusion sent a lot of mixed signals to parents across the country. So that is important to tackle because parents need to know why and when to bring their children to school. Problem two, teachers. I said earlier, the stress on teachers, the burden on teachers of non-attendance is so great that we need to empower them to know that there are some tools and strategies at the classroom level that we can employ to support attendance. So helping teachers to understand what their role is in attendance and the strategies that they can employ in their classroom is critical. And problem three is students. Do we feel comfortable coming to school? Do I feel competent in the social skills that I'm going to need to navigate this day? Is a big one. Do I feel connected to my peers? Do I feel like that I'm engaged in the school community? Am I being challenged and supported at the same time? So adjusting and addressing those variables are very important so students can and want to show up to school. Question?
I guess I'll just make a comment. I went through this last night and heard the data, and it's a bit overwhelming, and my aha moments are really around, first of all, even at 18% is a big number of our students who are chronically absent. Two, the information you talked about, how this is longitudinal, it starts in second grade and it keeps going, and it may or may not get worse. And so it's kind of a bad habit that's forming. And then the impact of they really aren't learning, right? The GPAs aren't there, they're not performing as well in the school, just not by not being there. And it's my understanding of the data that you've presented, it doesn't matter whether they're excused or unexcused. It's just not being in school, which in some ways is common sense, but it was just pretty clear from the data there. So I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you. All right. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, so thank you. I'll update you on our KPI 1.7 for special services. So back to where curriculum and instruction started on their update, related to the Illinois Literacy Plan. We are really working on looking at the curriculum that's specifically designed to support our students who are receiving some special education services. So it's been a journey, so our thoughts were just to take you on a walkthrough of where we are. Certainly feel like we're on target to make some solid recommendations in April about where to go next to support our students receiving special education services. So really at this point, we've completed an analysis of multiple data sources. So similarly, you know, we're looking at our IAR and our DLM assessment scores. We're looking at our local assessments. We're looking at our students who are identified as eligible for special education and what types of services, how many services they're receiving. With respect to our curriculum, we've identified 2 key areas that we need to focus on for vertical alignment, meaning from bottom to top. We've identified key resources and curricular frameworks that we are currently using and that we would like to explore. We're seeking input that will assist us in selecting those curricular tools and aligning our instructional practices in both literacy and math instruction. And we're drafting recommendations for curriculum, professional development, and for future goals that we expect to have to by April 2024. So this is really just a visual walkthrough of where we are right now. Our KPI update really started with our data analysis at the very start of the school year. We were looking at, like I said, a lot of data sources. Then we started to figure out what key areas in special education specifically we needed to target and started to analyze where we are. Part of the work is looking back. What have we done? What do we currently do so that we can begin to look forward? So about mid-November, we started thinking about how can we increase the amount of collaborative planning for future so that we can make the right recommendations, again, in concert with our curriculum and innovation, our curriculum and instruction, so that we are making really informed decisions. So we break that down into our data analysis, things like IAR, child count data for IEP, students who are eligible to receive services through an IEP, looking at our digital resources, our subscriptions, everything that we are offering or putting in the hands of special educators to teach students. What are we using? Why are we using it? And teacher survey data. So we sent out a survey to all of our special educators and asked them, what are you using in your classroom, so that we could get a comparison of what tools they're using. Is it in alignment? Do they feel well equipped? Do they feel like they're in a good place with those tools? With respect to identifying key areas, we are, educating all of our students with our curriculum across the district, right? So all of our students have access to the grade level standards. And what we have learned is that some of our students who are receiving special instruction outside of the general education setting, they receive specially designed instruction in literacy and math. And we're doing that in different ways, in different places. And some of that we've learned, and we want to make sure that we're aligning that so that we are more intentional about what and when we're teaching in those special education classrooms. And then also we focused on our alternative curriculums. So for most of our students, they are able to access the grade level standards just as they're set out. For some of our students, those grade level standards are especially challenging, and there are alternate standards for those students. Those might be students with cognitive impairments, multiple disabilities, where the standards are translated into what we call essential elements. And so we teach those students in a different way. So there's teaching in all of the same ways for most of our students, and then we do have a very specialized group of students who need us to consider how do we teach in a different way. So we needed to target that. In order for us to figure out where to go, we really had to look at where we are. So figuring out what resources we currently have, what are the methods and the frameworks that we are currently using? What do we need to be using? What is out there? What does evidence-based learning look like? Those are the questions that we're analyzing. And then, talk about planning. We have really partnered a lot with our curriculum and instruction to really understand curricular framework. As special educators, that is something that's really critical for us to make sure that we are in alignment, that we're making the right decisions. And like I think I mentioned earlier how strong this amazing curriculum instruction team is. It makes our job easier as special educators to make recommendations around different curricular tools that we need to see, and that's just been so rewarding. So we are now looking at how are we embedded in those literacy review projects or in our math curriculum reviews, all of the curriculum that were part of the conversation at the table. And I think the more we do that, the better we will be at making the right recommendations. So we're very excited about that. Across the district, all of our special services administrators are leading out projects aligned with the KPIs, not just in special services, but KPIs that impact all of our strategic planning, so that our leaders are having an opportunity to think through the impact of the decisions and recommendations we're making at a building level, but thinking really about the impact at a district-wide level, so that we're not making decisions in pockets, but rather from a holistic approach. So that's been a really great way for us to build capacity in the leaders throughout our district. And then cross-collaborations, the opportunity to bring our groups of teachers in those special education spaces together, and we're excited to be able to offer some of those opportunities upcoming in February, actually. So in all of that work, we anticipate having some recommendations specific to special education curriculum that will come to you in April, and we're just very excited about where we're at in that process.
So those are three of our KPIs that we wanted to highlight this evening. So some of those curriculum workshops, some of the special ed work will continue to share at our CX meetings with our special education families. But any questions on any of the other KPIs that were in the report? PTAC kind of jumped in there with the attendance there, but last night, myself, four of the board members, Dr. McKendall, Mrs. Barr, Mrs. Woods, Mrs. Spears, Dr. Beelan, and Mrs. Laporta. I don't know if I'm forgetting any other administrators. We had two teachers and 26 parents that sat around for 2 hours and 45 minutes with really some really good discussion. And we are very excited with that movement and where we're going. And so, anything from the four of you that you wanted to touch on from last night?
I'll just say I was happy with the turnout. I mean, I think it worked out pretty well, and the engagement was very good. And I think I like what we're doing there, and I think we're going to make some progress on there. We'll see what happens with the solutions that come up. But I mean, we're really allowing the parents, teachers, and administration to work together to kind of collaboratively solve problems.
Last update, last Monday, it feels like an eternity ago, that second semester started. And boy, did it start off with a bang with Mother Nature and all of those things. But kudos to our many of our departments of transportation, our O&M, making sure things are ready, our teachers and all of our staff to pivot on various days. Try to work to help explain and communicate decisions that were made. Those are not always easy decisions. We know that they're not things that everybody is always going to be excited about there. And we had quite a variety of things that we needed to do. And one of the things that, if we're able to be more transparent, we're able to communicate things a little bit more regularly, it helps all stakeholders. And so we are going to be soon be talking about not next year's calendar, because that's already approved, but the next calendar, And when we bring that, forward, I may bring some, thoughts or, some recommendations to talk about, with how we kind of utilize, whether it's a snow day or a learning day, and how we bake that into the calendar, and how many of each, just so that, teachers and staff are prepared for that, parents are prepared for that. But stay tuned, we're not there yet, we just experienced this, and, but it's some things that if we can be prepared and we can, help all those stakeholders, we definitely want to do that. And, Mr. Haney, thank you, we communicated a lot, we collaborated a lot, on those components there, and, again, students and what's in their best interest is always our key priority. That's for me.
All right, with that, to the, number 8, Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Altman.
Well, thank you very much, and I love having the opportunity to follow curriculum and instruction and special ed because, well, that's why we're all here. And while we have our mission statement of all students always, well, we also know that we have a commitment to our taxpayers. We have a commitment to our taxpayers to be the absolute best we can be financially, and when an opportunity presents itself, well, to give back, we can. And so this is a topic, the debt abatement discussion. So I pulled together a memo. Obviously, we know that last month the board approved a levy at 5%, and in doing so also made a commitment that we would abate a certain dollar amount to lessen the impact of that 5% tax levy. So tonight's discussion, I drafted a memo, and what I learned is there's a lot here. There's a lot here within this memo, and so I do want to highlight a few things. I'm not going to go through the whole memo. We can touch upon it within our dialogue, but I will touch upon some background as well as the history of abatements and some of the impacts. I'm not going to spend too much time on that, but I will outline some of the impacts that we will see at various levels of abatement. And then there also is an additional abatement that the board is unaware of that I will bring them up to speed on. So in the memo, you can see I gave a little background, and over the last 12 years, the district has abated approximately $10.1 million, obviously in an effort to reduce the property tax impact to the community. And I did provide a chart and graph showing that. In addition, and I think it's important to note for the board, because we do have 4 new board members, over the years, for the last 15 years, we've been abating every single year. But not every single year have we abated with the specific distinction of reducing the operating tax levy. The reason I say that is in 2006, we did an addition to Marlowe Middle School. It was about a $13 million addition. And we agreed, the board agreed at that time that we would pay for that with district funds. So we issued bonds, and every year since that time, since 2006, we have been abating those bonds so that they wouldn't show up on a taxpayer's tax bill. And we've abated over that period of time $13 million. And so that started off as Series 2006 debt, and then we started going through our debt restructuring, and that turned into the 2009 Series debt, which most recently, it turned into the Series 2016 debt. And why do I bring all that up? Because, well, this is the last year for the Series 2016 debt abatement. And so the process tonight will be, the board will have a dialogue about how much to abate aside from that debt, because we have to do that. And then once we determine the amount that the board is willing or that we can afford to abate, next month I will bring back resolutions drafted by our public finance attorneys for the board to approve in February, so I have enough time to get that to the county clerk so that they could reduce the debt appropriately so that it's not on the tax bills. So that's why I wanted to bring up the Series 2016 debt. I'm going to start with just going into the chart on page 2 of my memo, and I note as a baseline, by decreasing the 2023 levy bond and interest by $750,000, and that was the amount of the abatement last year. The abatement would provide for an approximate 80.87%, so a little less than 1% decrease in total property taxes to a homeowner, resulting in an approximate $41 decrease for someone with a home, a $300,000 market value home. I did include a chart outlining at different levels of abatement, whether it's $750,000, $1 million, or $1.2 million, what the impact on a percentage basis would be. And the starting point is 5%, right? So at $1 million, we'd be able to reduce the impact to the, of the levy by 1.16%, or approximately $54.50 to an individual with a $300,000 market value home. So I provided that information to you. But what's also important to understand is, well, what do the future years look like? And so on page 3, I outlined what our debt looks like, right? What does our debt structure look like for the next, 10 or 11 years? And so the good news, and I've talked about this in the past, the good news is we only have about 11 years left on our mortgage, and in levy year 2034, that'll be our last year of debt payments. But if you look at page 3 and you see levy year 23, our current debt payment is $12.257 million. That's the debt for which we need to determine how much are we going to lower that debt to make an impact for the taxpayer. But what's also important is if you look at levy year 2024, that's next year, our debt payment goes down by approximately $1.8 million. And that's good. That's great for the taxpayers. And we already know what CPI is going to be for next year, and CPI is going to be 3.4% next year. So I included another chart outlining, depending upon the level of abatement, and knowing that the levy year 24 CPI, next year's CPI is at 3.4%, what would be the overall, including debt, what would the levy percentage increase be? And I provided that information to the board so that when making a decision, we had that information handy so that we can make a better informed decision. So that's that piece. And then the last piece I talked about is there is an additional abatement, or an abatement that we should consider when understanding what level of abatement we want to do as a district. As part of the last phase of debt restructuring, the Series 2023 forward refunding bonds, that was $12.3 million. We received in interest, because amount was in escrow for a period of time, $161,785. And that amount is specifically to be used to abate debt in the future, this levy year's debt, levy year 2023. In fact, we've already received a check that we had to deposit in the bond and interest fund, and we need to use that to abate the Series 2023 debt. So that should also be considered in this analysis and this consideration, because that will also positively impact homeowners and the community from a tax standpoint. So with that, I'd like to hand it off to the board for discussion, and certainly I will answer any questions along the way.
A couple of things. The amount we contemplate to abate, the source of those funds will come predominantly from
the bond and interest fund.
And it's been because of the accumulation of earnings in that specific fund over the many years that this fund's existed. There's, we collect our tax payments, during the course of basically May through September predominantly, and then these payments are scheduled at different times. So we're holding funds at various times that we earn money. That's occurred over a long period of time.
Correct. Okay. We have approximately $1.2 million in that fund that we could utilize for this purpose. That being said, though, I would recommend that we leave something in that fund. Because we do need a cushion to make sure we have enough cash in that fund to make all debt payments.
Right. Does that amount, the balance you just stated, does that include the interest we were supposedly getting a check?
Great question. Of the 161, no, it does not.
Okay. Maybe the 161's the cushion. I'm throwing that out there. Again, just trying to quickly recap all the abatement that's happened over these last 10 plus years. We magically built a full addition to Marlowe without incurring any taxpayer money, and repaid half of it in the first 2 years through impact fees, and we subsequently had to finance out the balance, and that's where the $400,000 abatements start coming in annually 400 of that, I should say, came from the capital
Development Grant.
grant, is where the 400 a year
2.4 million.
came from, correct. And then lastly, the bottom part, the 750 has come from recently from the surplus that we had during the COVID year, predominantly that we allocated between reduced registration fees. We provided that we would abate some of our bonds to our community. And I think we also provided some additional funds to our staff.
Correct.
Okay, is how we divvied that up over the couple years from that surplus that we generated from that specific year. So, I mean, that's how we've gotten to where we got into with the abatements. I think the general discussion was, and again, I'm talking a little bit because I have a person who's emailing and asking questions to me of did we really need the 5%? And if you're able to reduce it through the the debt levy, you must not have actually needed the money, and that couldn't be anything further from the truth. We needed the 5% to be the 5%. These are two separate things. Let's understand that all our debt repayment has to do with our buildings. Okay, these were financing of our buildings over a long period of time, and so these are two different distinct elements. They're two distinct different pieces of our tax extension. You won't see them that way on your tax bill, but if you were to request a tax extension sheet from each of our counties, you will see how this is bifurcated between the operating funds and the debt repayment. So to that individual who's questioning that we're just doing smoke and mirrors, trying to do this isn't a smoke and mirrors thing. This is a way to mitigate the financial impact of a substantial 5% increase on the operating funds that we 100% absolutely needed to support our operating costs, especially in lieu of our HEA contract. So this component is our way to combat the effect of that significant increase, because we understand that is a significant tax burden. And so we're just trying to mitigate that in a manner that we have surplus funds in our bond and interest fund, a non-operating fund, and trying to deploy that at a time when it's a significant operating fund increase to our taxpayers. So I think this is all solid financial management and trying to be responsible to our taxpayer base will help support our district. So I don't know how everybody else feels. I mean, where I'm at in regards to the abatement. Spoke too long. So where I would be at is I would be looking at anywhere from the million on the low side to the 1.25 million on the abatement side to try and garner a substantial enough payment of the property tax increase that our taxpayers are going to incur. I will ask, Mark, I'll ask you one question, though. What I don't understand in the presentation or the graphs is why we're talking about the reduction to the levy year 2024 debt, when I'm thinking what we're doing right now is to reduce what's going to be extended here off of our 23 levy, correct?
That is correct. The reason I included levy year 24 is because the more debt we abate today, right? We have a decrease in debt of 1.8 million, a little more than 1.8 million, from 12.2 to 10.4. So the more we abate, it lessens the gap and the impact that will have on the 3.4% levy.
Okay.
Which is why if you look at the chart, hypothetically, if we were to not abate anything and we had levy year 24 and we extended 3.4%, we passed the CPI at 3.4%, the overall levy increase to the community is less than 1% because our debt went down by $1.8 million.
All right, I'm with you.
So the more we abate, that levy percent increase will gradually rise.
Yes, okay,
So that's why I wanted to provide that, because it's not just about
No, it's not just
year's
about this
impact,
year,
it's
it's, yeah, you
understanding
can't,
next
if
year's
you
impact.
overcook it, you're gonna create what looks like a larger increase
Yeah.
in the future next year.
Correct.
And that is true, and that's why we would look at 1.5 million. I'll let some others talk about it.
I guess my sense when I look at this is, long-term, I think we want to focus around kind of that 1% to 2% increase. The Fed's looking for a 2% inflation rate, those kind of things. So I think I would prefer next year to be at or under 2%. So that would, I think, imply that we would take about a little bit less than $1 million off on the abatement, which would put us a little bit under 4% for what we just passed, the net impact to the taxpayer. And I think that puts us, I think, still firmly in probably the best, the lowest increase of any McHenry County school district that's out there. So I think that's good. I don't like 4%. I wish it was 0. I wish it went down. But even though what we're trying to do to prioritize dollars in the classroom, I think it's the right thing to do. And I don't think we should take all of it. I think we should try to set ourselves up for the future and try to target that 2%. That's kind of where I'm at. Obviously, it's up for discussion. 2% for the next.
No, and I get what you're saying. I mean, at $1 million even, it actually reduces the 5 down to 3.84% is where you'd end up on the current year. That's just going to get extended, and you'd be a little over 2%, but I think wishful thinking. It's 0.5%. I'm okay with it ultimately being 2.05. And if maybe we earn some interest in the bonded interest, and pay $100,000 next year to get it to 2%. I mean, I think we can get there.
I think we're all
Yeah,
in the same range.
Right.
I guess the two of us are.
So I don't know what anybody else, Paul, what your thoughts are.
So the one thing I want to be clear on, whatever the number is that we choose, it will have an additional $161,000 that's added to it.
No, not unless the board directs me to do so.
So
if the board decides
Right, we don't
that
have to.
overall, we're gonna provide a $1 million abatement, which includes the 161, I'll bring back a resolution that is $838,215. That's what I need, yeah, that is the direction, that is what I will need to know, because then we'll have to work with the attorney to draft that resolution and specifically assign that abatement, to a debt series.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to use the 161 first.
I think we're required by.
Correct.
We're required.
We're required. Those are still operating funds, but when we went through the debt restructuring, when we went through the Series 2023 debt, and we signed that stack of paper, we knew that there was going to be interest earnings as a result. And when these things happen, it's a requirement to either use those interest earnings on a capital project or to abate future debt. And we knew we were going to abate future debt, so we opted to use those interest earnings to abate future debt. Still really, in essence, operating cash from the district because it's investment earnings.
Mhm.
So it should be included as part of the overall discussion of the overall abatements.
Tony, when you were looking, your initial assessment or numbers that the range you were looking at baked in that 160.
Yeah, I mean, when I was saying maybe going up to 125, I probably was more like $1 million plus 181.
That's where my head is actually, is an even million for the actual abatement and then including the earnings on top of that.
Others?
I would agree with that. That gets back to leaving, the 200, right? Because you said it was like 1.2.
Correct.
But it still has some fund balance.
Right. You'd still have basically what you said, and leaving that, in essence, leaving.
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that's the other part of what you had said, Mark, is leaving something in the account just as in case we need that cushion. So does that still meet, I think that still meets your cushion.
Yeah, that'll meet the needs. Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll be fine with that. I think what's important to understand is if we decide to go 1.2 million or 1.161 million versus $1 million, we're opting to provide more tax relief today than we are next year, right? Because what Mr. Bittman was mentioning was if we overall gross abate $1 million, right? Next year's levy increase to the community is closer to 2%. Right, at 1.2 million, it's closer to 2.33%. And we have more of a favorable impact to the community today. So really, the decision is between 1 million and 1.2 million is, what's the impact going to be next year, right, to the community, and how much tax relief, if you will, right, do you want to provide this year? And I'm good with what
Either way.
whatever the board chooses.
Right.
I'm not.
Right, so we gotta give you a decision, so you can get bond counsel working on that.
Correct.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, and we'll bring that back to the, if we can turn it around by the February count, we will, otherwise it'll be the February board, which is common for us to do resolutions at the board. And this is a discussion item, so it's not necessarily a vote.
But we gotta give you direction.
You do have to give me direction. Yeah,
The numbers.
yeah.
We have to do
So,
Yeah, we gotta give you some direction here.
I will go 1.167.
$1 million plus the one, whatever the
The
number is.
million plus the interest.
Or 161,
Okay,
sorry.
I'll take the relief today. I'd rather give the taxpayers the relief today. Not everything a year from now.
And it's different from what I'm saying, so I think we're.
You good with $1 million plus the interest? I think it's.
okay. That's what we will move forward with. So, next month you will see a resolution for, $1 million. Thank you. Let me just keep rolling.
Mhm.
All right, next item on the agenda, let's get through this. We got a lot on the agenda still.
Bring some energy back in the room.
Fiscal update. Just a few things to note on the fiscal update, year-end payroll, as well as our tax folks, or our accounts payable folks, working on W-2s and 1095s. The W-2s and 1095s have been released, so that's great. We're currently working on the 1099. So I did want to point that out, so great job by the teams. I did want to point out, we did, and I talked about this at the last meeting, at the end of the street here, we have the stoplight, and we do have a revenue recapture agreement with the city of Algonquin, as well as Lennar, the developer across the street. And we have been working with them because once the light gets up, they had to make good on their revenue recapture agreement. The amount of the revenue recapture less 1/3 of that stoplight at the end of the road is approximately $215,000. We should receive that check the first week of February, so I did want to update the board on that. So that's good news as well. Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions on the fiscal update memo. Okay, we'll rock and roll into the executive summary. In front of you, you have the November 2023 financial executive summary. I will tell you for the majority of line items, we are tracking with budget, and especially in comparison to prior year, with the exception of one line item, unfortunately, it's health insurance. And I hate when I say, well, we've just had the largest claim month ever. And it seems like every third or fourth month.
You can stop saying it.
I can stop saying it. But if you looked at page 2, we had claims over $1.3 million. There were a significant increase in the number of large claims that came through in the month of November. I don't want to say the good news is, but the good news is we do have December's number, and December came down to 1.06, a little over 1 million. We still would like to see it be south of that number, but we continue, unfortunately, to trend a little over budget on that line item.
So you're at 6.6 million year to date on a $1.23 million
Other than that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have on the November, financial executive summary. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Altmeyer.
Mine is super quick, I promise. So, if you may remember, in September, we had students from our Huntley High School jobs class come and present on the work they're doing to sell candles and some amazing things they're doing. And one of our directors, Jackie Allen, who was at the IAASE conference, which is an Illinois Alliance of Special Educators, is a conference that we attend as special education administrators. They had reached out to her about potentially purchasing candles for the upcoming IAASE conference that we will be attending as an administrative special services team in February. And they commissioned our Huntley High School Job Fest to purchase 700 candles that will be given out at the IAASE conference. So we will be there to receive candles, celebrate our students, and to learn a ton about special education. But we're so excited for our students and wanted to thank Cole and Huntley High School, the teachers, the students, and obviously just the attention that we were able to bring here. It was just an awesome full circle moment wanted to share with you guys. Very cool. That was it.
How long?
We'll send pictures.
How long is it going to take them to?
They've actually been working on them. I wish they were here to tell you, but they've been working on the candles for a couple of months now. So, yeah, they'll be ready. So we're very excited. We're going to work on video. There'll be a QR, but there'll be a way for the folks at the conference to know that those candles were created and produced by our students at Huntley High School. And it's all of our special education administrators across the state. It's just such a great opportunity. And Jackie Allen, our director of elementary, was the one who connected us with that individual. So it was really just perfect timing and so exciting for our students. And so appreciate that we had that opportunity to highlight, and then you guys get to hear. So I'll pitch you again once we get them pictures and all. Okay? Thank you.
That's all. All right, 10 president's reports, just a couple updates here. Related to the superintendent search, we did have the closed session earlier tonight where we went through the data and the results of the interviews with the candidates, the cabinet folks, and the principals. I thought it was really, really good feedback and insightful. The data from the survey was close, I think upwards almost 2,000 folks. They didn't text anything about multiple people putting in the same things or anything like that. I didn't see that. So maybe Huntley a little bit more honest than some people think. It's something that we go through there, and the next step is we're going to set up an interview with Ms. Lombard that is scheduled or will be scheduled for February 1st. So we'll do that before the board meeting or as part of the closed session before that. And I'm looking forward to that. I'm sure we all are. We got some insightful input on that, so we'll have some discussion with that. The second piece is I just wanted to touch on the other public comment from Mr. Books. I've said it before in here. The dual language to me is core. So we do need to figure out a way to make sure this happens. The demographics in the area, we need to have a dual language program. And I know that there's been some change in that and the leadership, and everybody's trying to come up with the speed. But I hope there's, and I'm sure there will be a follow-up on this just to make sure that there is a plan in place with that, because I think it's core to what we're doing. I think everybody around here agrees. So that moves to 10.1, board discussion. Any new business items?
Not a business item necessarily, but just an invitation. As the chairman of the Kishwaukee Division for the Illinois Association of School Boards, the next gathering of school districts for the region will be on February 29th. It's a Thursday, 6:30 p.m. It'll be at McHenry District 15. It's always a good opportunity to get around to other districts and see what other districts are doing. This is kind of going to be, not kind of, it will be a change in programming. This is the first time that they're restructuring, or we're restructuring, to do more of a roundtable board discussion where people interact with each other rather than have a presentation from somebody. There are 3 people who will be leading discussion, but board members will have an opportunity to move between tables and interact with other board members to see what kind of ideas and thoughts go through for other board members. So it's an excellent opportunity. I'm actually really excited about the change. It's something that has been in discussion for a good 6 months now, how to restructure and re-energize so that we get better board attendance. So the Kishwaukee chair, inviting you in person, come join us for appetizers and refreshments.
I saw that email come in, and it's in McHenry, so I need to go to it.
Yeah.
At least try to do that. And I think AI was one of the topics of the roundtable, which would be interesting to go through. Any other new business comments? All right, with that, we'll move to 11, curriculum and instruction. Mr. Thompson.
Thank you. Dr. McHenry.
You.
All right. I'll give you a little bit of that. So this evening, we're bringing to you our summer learning structure, and hopefully this is a quick agenda item, but there are no major changes from what we've offered in the past. We do offer some options for our K-8 students, which include a summer bridge type of program, which is based off of if you are receiving an intervention at the Tier 2 or Tier 3 level in school, which means you need additional support in reading or math, you're able to attend. It is 4 days a week, runs June 3rd through June 27th, Monday through Thursday from 8 till noon. Fridays are off. We also offer a summer adventure, which is an asynchronous type of learning opportunity for our students. And it's just some fun activities. We've been using the 7 wonders of the world, different themes each summer. Last year was the 7 wonders of the ancient world, but this year it's going to be the 7 wonders of the underwater world. And the goal is just to keep kids engaged on some of our tools, our technology tools that we already pay for throughout the summer, and also keep them reading and kind of just stay connected. We pushed some math refreshers on what they would have learned the prior year, just to kind of give them that connection to school. So we're going to continue that. And then we also offer some enrichment opportunities for our gifted students. There are some new students who are identified for math in the spring. And so if they're newly identified, we have to close some gaps because they missed some math instruction. So we use that time to close those gaps proactively so they can go as close to where the rest of the peers are in August in their classrooms. And we also offer some summer book clubs for students. We thought about opening that up a little bit more beyond just our gifted students, because we think some might want to do that. But we do have quite a large representation from gifted kids who want to read and connect with teachers all summer. So we have those options, as well as a jump start to middle school for our middle school students entering 6th grade. They get to go into the middle school and kind of get to know their lockers, their schedules, kind of feel less scared about entering middle school from coming from the elementary level. In addition to that, I'm going to do high school, then I'll toss PSY to you. But high school programming will go ahead and be the same as well. It is June 3rd through June 28th, on Monday through Thursday. I didn't say this above, we do take the June 19th, which is a Juneteenth holiday, so we will not have school in session on that day. We offer a blend of traditional and blended courses for students. There is a cost associated with all of this, obviously. It's a small fee at the end of the day with the amount of support they're getting and opportunities. But at the high school, there is credit enhancement programming and also some recovery programming for our students who did not pass their classes. We're able to use the summer to help get them ahead so they can at least catch up on some of those courses. We do offer 2 sessions because we have so many students who want to get ahead, and especially, I think, is it U.S. history? Is a big one. And so you want to offer 2 different semesters so they can get that whole course, which clears up their schedule to be able to take other courses at the high school. And so that second session right now, we have it as being offered blended, which means there could be some in-person, some remote options in that second part of the summer. And we know July is tough to get staff also, as well as getting students to come to the building. But we did try last year to just do everything online in July, and the kids who needed credit recovery weren't getting the credits they needed, and so we felt like we needed to go back to having some type of structure where they're going to have some in-person or synchronous live instruction with a teacher. So we're still kind of building that out, but those are the dates. And that's all I have for K-8 in high school.
Yeah, I'll just say similarly, so you might hear the term ESY, that stands for Extended School Year for students. So for students who are eligible to receive special education services,
Their IEP teams meet at least annually to discuss their full year of services. And for some of our students, they are eligible for extended school year. For those students who are eligible, it is determined by their IEP team, and they will come to their extended school year, same dates, and it's structured with their special education teachers. We are really on pace to be fully staffed for ESY this upcoming year, and it's a really great way for our students to continue what they need to do over the summer. So it's in alignment with our summer school dates and programming locations, all of that, but it is called Extended School Year, or ESY. There is no fee for our students who are eligible for ESY because that is paid for under our IDEA grant. That's the biggest difference. So special education is responsible for paying for transportation and programming through our grant. So.
I have two questions, if you don't mind.
Not at all.
And the first question is, back to the team that was up here earlier, are the numbers for chronic absenteeism linked to summer school at all, or is it just during the regular school year of fall to early summer?
Yeah, for absences that report to the state, it's just the school year. So our 100 and I remember the number of days, total days between August and May. Thank you, 74. And then the summer school additional.
Okay. And then the second thing is, can the data that's extracted for the regular school year kind of help reinforce that kids, students, if they do their schoolwork during the school year, they may not necessarily have to go do credit recovery. And I know there's extenuating circumstances in some things, but it kind of helps to reinforce the idea of, if you go to school, you can have your summer off. And I don't know how you correlate that data or connect those dots, but because there's always unique cases to why you have to do credit recovery. So I'm trying not to paint with a broad brush, but I also think that in some cases, maybe that brush can be used to help reinforce the need to be in school, because if you're out of school for 18 plus days of the year, it kind of leads to the situation that kids have in the summertime and now have to go through the extended year and then come back in the fall with very little downtime to reset themselves and be able to re-engage as the school year begins in the fall.
Yeah, absolutely. Mr. Truax brought up that word student ownership. We're working really hard to try to help students see their own data, see the impact of decisions they're making.
Okay.
And tools like, Unified Insights, other things we're trying to get better at at our level. Our next step is definitely how to involve students in that conversation. Because if you can chart and see that I'm actually giving up my summer, you're right. And hopefully that is enough of a carrot to dangle for certain students to maybe help them want to complete. But yeah, we definitely is something we're working on and trying to figure out how we can make that comprehensible to students.
Thank you for simplifying all of my words into student ownership. That's where I was.
Absolutely.
So thank you.
Any other questions from the committee or the board? Thank you very much, both of you. Turning it over to Mrs. Murray.
I don't have anything for my committee here, but I do have, the updated report that, the FOIAs are now live on our website, so that's pretty cool. And it's under how to file a FOIA request online. Highlighted area, fulfilled FOIA request to date. You click on that, see the reports that were given to the requesters. It is available, about it. So other than that, any questions? A handful of FOIAs.
I think it's great that they're live. I checked it out this morning, and it seems to be working very well.
I'm good.
All right, 13, Legislation and Policy Committee. I don't have any updates here for this. That's to number 14, Buildings and Grounds. Mr. George.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ray Kosick, thank you for being ever so patient. What do you have for us in the O&M update to highlight?
So thank you. We received notice, thanks to the assistance of Micah Kennedy in the office here that was coordinating the grant application. We received notice from MISBE that the Illinois School Maintenance Grant for the coming year is approved. And that $50,000 is focused on our next phase roof project that we awarded last week. Or last board meeting, probably. I've been working on trying to move some of the projects we got lingering loose ends on, not closing them out. I don't like to take up people unless I get all the paperwork and the punch list items complete. We're getting a lot closer. There was some movement for end of calendar year, it was seen for some of the contractors. We closed a few out. Still have some loose ends with a little minor commissioning tweaks and documentation, paperwork, financial matters, but we're getting closer. Been working on, starting to work on the annual report that I'll give the board at the committee of the whole meeting in February. The biggest distraction, of course, has been the weather. I really want to add to Jessica Lombard's statement that the O&M staff was out there. I know a lot of people were probably exhausted after shoveling their own driveway, and our people were out there working on our property all day long before they went home to deal with their issues. It was a pretty tough run for some of them, all of them probably, and it was really a team effort, and I'm really happy to say they really stepped up to the plate. Natural gas prices were a concern over this cold snap. We received notice that critical days are going to be called, which means I just looked at there was a posting for the way we buy spot natural gas when we exceed our nomination for the month from our fixed hedging level. And it's Henry Hub NYMEX price. And last Friday, it quadrupled for the day from the day before. They didn't even publish Monday yet. But it's strange, they skipped Monday, but they gave Tuesday, Wednesday numbers are back to normal, but we don't know what the Monday for the weekend was. But we took some measures to try to mitigate any excessive natural gas consumption. But expect a little blip in the natural gas budget. Probably happens when these kinds of events happen. I'd say our snow removal budget is still in fine shape. It's been a very, very slow start, and we had one notable event. The certified snow total came in for 11.5 inches for that, the doozy over the weekend. There was a lot more to it than 11.5 inches because there was a lot of water and it was very heavy, hard. But I think we did okay. Be happy to answer any questions about anything else tonight.
Yeah, I've been watching the weather closely. We're due for some more tonight, 2 to 4 I've seen, but it's supposed to be a powder, so hopefully that's a lot easier to push than the wet stuff. What I'm concerned about is actually next week when we get rain and freezing sleet and ice and that kind of fun stuff. With the icing over the coldness of the snap that we've had, it's chilled the pavement significantly. So whatever we do, I know we do not the salt treatments, but we have the solution that we put down in advance. So the brine will probably be putting down over the weekend, I imagine.
It doesn't activate as quick, and we got to be careful as we get these extreme temperatures. Not really sure it's a good choice. I mean, obviously we had it so darn cold that nothing worked. A lot of black ice is evidence on if you've ever drove around the county. Okay. Which I did a lot driving back and forth from home down here all weekend long to see what was going on. But but it works really well in the more moderate temperatures. Gotcha. The grind piece. I'm seeing a little bit that's supposed to be tonight, but I'm not sure it's going to happen. But turn up tomorrow night is going to be a little more. I know that there were some events that had to get pushed around a little bit, and some late starts over the weekend with some, just couldn't have the people in there when it's 40 below wind chill. Yeah. In fact, our snow removal service, it got so bad over the weekend, they actually had diesel equipment stalling and people stranded out in different places in the county, and they shut down the operation completely and sent everybody home. They called us and said, we just can't do anymore, we're just at risk. We had a stalled vehicle in the bus lot at the high school when we got them. But the diesel just gelled out, even though they have additives in there. But they came back out, they've been back out there to try to help us. The weather's been very, very unpredictable. Mm-hmm. The forecast says something's going to happen, and I stay up all night looking at the cameras and all night long, and sometimes it doesn't, and the times it comes, sometimes they're very not ideal, like, 3:30, 4 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
It's been very difficult, we're trying to do our best.
No, give the crew a lot of credit for what they're having to endure, this last couple of weeks, so kudos to them. Anything else to highlight on the O&M report? Thank you very much.
I have a question. Electric buses, any concerns or issues with the cold snap that we had recently?
Their mileage, we chose at least 4 buses that were purchased were chose to be all electric, including electric heat, and the consumption, kilowatt hours per mile, go way up. And they're watching that closely. I'm helping them, download data from the chargers and tracking the mileage on the buses and things, and try to get some handle on that. And I'm pushing to lobbying to evaluate getting, some, unique telematics software to these buses, so we don't have to hand enter all this data to try to look at what's going on. I hope to have something and present it to the administration in the next few weeks on that. But we do recognize, the extremely cold weather. We gotta be careful on that. It's just one of the knowns on that. I've talked to people in other states that have been doing electric fleets for a long time, and that's just something you have to manage and be aware of. And I know that our transport department has been keeping the runs down in our early years of owning something like this, understanding how to manage it and how it works. They've been running some really light routes just to be careful.
Yeah, we didn't run routes with them. They're going back out tomorrow. We did test a couple of them today without kids on them, just to make sure they got warmed up and everything. So we didn't want to be put in a spot, with single digit below wind chill, and, so they're still breaking that in. But, the super did go out on a ride today on one, and so was able to heat up and everything. So we're putting them back out tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. And with that, Open Ground is closed for the night.
Not so fast. I think, number 15, we have 15 resolutions coming up, and the first one, 15.1, which is buildings and grounds. Back to you, Mr. Charlie.
Back to me. All right. Mr. Rakowski, 15.1, Amendment 5 to the Cash Farm Rental Agreement. Background that you'd like to add on this one?
Just highlight the fact that this is part of the community solar project effort. There was an amendment approved by the board on December 15th, where our partner, the Cash Farm Rental operation, Fruin Farms, agreed that if all the approvals were received for that were required by our other partner, who is going to put the community solar on the property, they would agree to an amendment to reduce that. That amendment, which is actually called Amendment 5, was actually part of Amendment 4 as an exhibit. This is just a formality to go back and affirm that, we're agreeing that. And they're just reducing the acreage at the agreed to rate. We were reimbursing, they were reimbursing us for using the land. There's no special adjustments or anything. It's pretty fair. It's pretty simple.
Very good. Thank you very much for that. With that, it's all right. I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve Amendment 5 to the Cash Farm Rental Agreement with Fruin Farms as presented in the agenda. In a second, have roll call, please.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Passes 7-0. Item 15.1.2, CO, change order number 1 to agreement with Midwest Mechanical for DX condenser retrofit project. Mr. Rakowski again.
This is just a housekeeping effort to clean up the financials on this project. Really close to closing out this one. This is one of those pieces. This is actually a nice fun one to bring. It's credits to the district for 2 items. When the price was put together by the contractor, they identified that the controls work would be an allowance. And they negotiated a price, and they agreed to work with the contractor that has done all the other control work in our district, and included us in evaluating that. And we agreed to a price which was, I think, like $76,000 or something, instead of the $100,000 allowance. That large project. And in addition, our specs always say that, we expect reimbursement for the expense or criminal background checks of all the workers that work on the site, which we require. So, this is a net credit of the district, $24,830 in that.
Credits are good. Thank you very much for that. With that, I'll go ahead and make a motion to accept change order, number 1, to the agreement with Midwest Mechanical for the DX condenser retrofit project as presented in the agenda. Like my neighbor here, with that, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Bittman,
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano,
Yes.
Mr. Craddy,
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley,
Yes.
Mr. Troy,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mrs. Murray.
Yes.
Passes 7-0. Board unit head, item 15.1.3, energy services and ground lease agreements with Forefront Power for the community solar project. Mr. Rakowski, one more time.
Yes, this is actually, the community solar, final agreements. The board, again, did approve back in December 15th, an option to lease the Forefront Power for a 2.75 megawatt community solar installation, for which, by the rules that the Illinois Power Agency has, the school district could enjoy a lease payment for the property, plus the school district, the owner of the property, not necessarily the school district anyway that owns the property, would have to agree that the property owner has to consume somewhere between 10 and 40% of the power generated by that community solar, and the rest, the community solar installer would take ownership of selling that to surrounding customers, selling that discounted power versus the local utility rate. And I'm happy to say that they did get approval from ComEd's interconnect team for this connection to the grid. They did get approval from Lake in the Hills for the special use permit adjustment for that part of the property. They actually gave it an address, 6,000 Grafton Farms. Therefore, Forefront Power, as they're entitled to by the option lease that we had, request that we come to an agreement on a final document for ground lease and our consumption of the energy. So there are 3 documents here: a ground lease document, the general terms for the energy service agreement, and the special terms, special conditions. We did some financial analysis. We made them run 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%, and it would seem that the best choice financially for us in the position we're in with our history of consumption of late on electricity, we'd be best for 20%. So you'll see in the special conditions, 20%. 20%. That we would agree to consume. This has been reviewed by Mark and I, and our attorneys, Forefront's attorneys, went around for a while. So not too many iterations with the attorneys, but pretty reasonable start and to finish on this one. So we're ready to recommend it for approval.
Any questions from the board? The other 2 were pretty simple and straightforward, so I see if that's this one's a little bit more complicated. With that, I will go ahead and make a motion to accept the energy services and ground lease agreements with Forefront Power for the community solar project as presented in the agenda.
Second.
Just one real quick question, for whatever reason I cannot locate. The duration of the term of this agreement is how long again? 20 years?
Yes, 20 years with the option to ground lease when we actually enter. So there's a difference in the length of time. Or the length of time that the agreement essentially becomes last for.
I'm going to ask you if you could step forward.
Yes, sorry.
Because the question was asked on the microphone, so anybody that's watching at home couldn't hear your response.
Sorry about that. I'm Julia Henry. I work for Forefront Power. I've been working with Doug and Mark on this project. I was just here to answer questions since this has been priorly approved. So the question was the length of the term of this agreement. The lease agreement will end up being for 30 years. The energy services agreement is for 20 years. The reason for the difference between those is the energy services essentially is the district subscribing to the coupons, bill credits, whatever you want to call it, from the project. And under the Illinois incentive program, that is initially for 20 years. It could be extended when we get to the end of that 20 years. The district could reevaluate how much you're actually using in terms of electricity. A lot could change over 20 years. We could extend that, and that language is included in that subscription agreement. And then the ground lease agreement is 25 years with a 5-year extension that we are highly likely to use. So closer, more likely 30 years.
I didn't scroll far enough. I finally found it. Sorry.
And I did not say that there's a requirement for a decommissioning bond, because at the end, we're done. We guarantee that they'll back it up and restore the property.
So we're agreeing to the 20% now for the next 20 years, is what I heard? And
That's right.
Is there options for modification during that 20 years? Okay.
Yes, exactly. There is options for modification. If that modification requires going below 10%, we'll have to work with the program, since the incentives require that the district subscribe to at least 10% of the project. Realistically, the program will likely accept those changes because if, there was a reason that Huntley, couldn't subscribe anymore. It's an Illinois state program. They should accept those changes if for some reason something had to reduce below that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, so there's a motion on the table with no further discussion, or hearing no further discussion. Have the roll call vote, please.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. That motion passes 7-0. Moving on to Human Resources Committee.
All right, 15.2.1 HR personnel. Dr. Zier.
Yeah, I don't have anything else to add to the personnel report that was done.
Any discussion? All right. A motion to approve the HR personnel report. Roll call, please.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
15.2.2, partnering for prevention, 2024 to 2026. Dr. Zier.
The service agreement in front of you was partnering for prevention for 2 years. Unfortunately, we do have some students in the district that do struggle with substance abuse. Don Sean, who we've worked with over numerous 5-6 years, is the owner of this company. And essentially, she comes in and she provides those services for our students and our families as a certified drug and substance abuse counselor. We started at the high school. We've extended it down to the middle school. So this lays out the hours that she would work for us as we move forward. Also, in this contract, she does our drug testing for our athletics too.
Any questions? All right, I'll make a motion to approve the Partnering for Prevention 2024 through 2026. Okay, roll call, please.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Motion passes. Moving on to 15.3, Finance Committee, Mr. Quagliano.
All right, 15-3.1 are payable, so we have list of purchase orders, accounts payable, impress, and disbursements listed there. Is there any questions related to those 4 items? I'll make a motion to approve the purchase orders, accounts payables, impress, and disbursements as listed in the agenda. Is there a second?
Second.
Brady, can we have roll call, please?
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bivin?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes. Passes. 15.3.2 is establish the fiscal year resolution 2024-0101. So this is just establishing what is already required by law. So unless anybody has any questions about our fiscal year, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution to provide for a fiscal year of July 1st, 24 through June 30th of 25. Is there a second? Second. Second, Mr. Troy. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Bivin?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Motion passes. 15.3.3 designation of person to prepare a tentative budget. Resolution 2024-0102. Resolution appointing Mr. Altmeyer to be the person who prepares the tentative budget for the board. Any questions, concerns related to that?
Any discussion, anything?
Nothing.
Okay.
We got any choices?
No, well, any.
Okay.
I'd like to nominate Mrs. Barr.
Yeah. Okay. All right, I'll make a motion to approve, to appoint Mr. Altmeyer as the person to prepare the tentative budget on behalf of the board. Is there a second?
Second.
Second. Craddy. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes. Finance item is 15.3.4, which is the bond issuance series 2014 parameters resolution 2024-0103. Go ahead. You can lead it. We had our discussion.
Sure, thank you very much. This is, with all of the debt restructuring we have done over the years, this is also kind of becoming a little standard operating procedures. In fact, I do believe when the new board stepped into the roles back in the March, April timeframe, we had one of these bond issuance parameters resolutions. So we're talking about the Series 2014 debt. It's about $7 million. That currently interest rate is at 4%, and we do have an opportunity to refund and refinance that debt. And initially, when we were looking at this, we had an opportunity when the rates were right that there would be an approximate $200,000 debt savings opportunity. And then rates went the wrong way, and we missed out on the opportunity to act and sell the bonds to yield those savings. Well, rates have come down a little bit, and rates have come down, and since that time, we actually lowered our $200,000 expectation to about $100,000. And currently, where rates are, at least where they were yesterday, from a present value standpoint, savings approximated $134,000 or $104,000 for present value. And so this is a resolution that, in essence, gives us the ability to refund the Series 2014 debt not to exceed $7.5 million. But we primarily do the parameters resolution because it gives the president of the board or the vice president of the board, the superintendent or the chief financial officer, the ability to act as designated representatives on behalf of the district. So by the board approving this resolution, right, when the rates are right and we go through a closing, we have the ability to approve the sale of these bonds. And that's what this resolution allows us to do. We knew rates were going in the right direction, so at the same time we drafted this parameters resolution for board approval, we have been moving forward with our Standard & Poor's rating. We've been moving forward with getting our ducks in a row with an official statement so that we can go out for a public offering, so that we can go out for a competitive sale. And right now, working with TMA and Chapman, we are prepared on Monday, as early as Monday, to go out for a competitive bid situation to see what is out there, to see if we can yield at least, right, $100,000 worth of debt service savings. The other good news about that $100,000 debt service savings is we should be able to take those savings and based on the interest payments of that debt, bake that interest, that savings into levy year 24. So when we were talking about, I didn't want to bring it up then because the board has to approve this parameters resolution and the rates have to be right and the interest savings have to be right. But the savings that we have on this debt, we can essentially bake into levy year 24. So we could reduce that 2.33% downward a little bit, a little closer to 2% actually. So not only can we maximize the impact that we're providing the community today with what we previously approved on the abatement side, but with this, if all goes well on Monday, we should be able to help the community as well in levy year 24. With that, I ask for the board to approve the attached parameters resolution that you have in front of you. Thank you.
Any questions? I mean, this is not a huge play, obviously, but it wasn't part of our wall refinancing. This is just callable bonds, the small series. We're able to take advantage of some lower interest rates. So opportunity, it's not, and the period for the opportunity does not, it's a short window. So yeah, we might think rates might go down, but that the savings is eroded by time. So even if the rates go down, it takes 6 months, 9 months, 12 months for rates to go down. You still might not, still might be chasing these savings. So more like bird in the hand and just go ahead and try and get this thing traded. It's kind of you good with it? So I can make, yeah, so it's a motion to just provide for a board representative to be able to act on behalf of the whole board in conjunction with Altmeyer. So I'll make that motion to approve or to adopt the parameters resolution presented in the agenda. Is there a second? Second from Mr. Troy. This involves money, so there should be a roll call.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Motion passed. All right, moving to 15.4. Legislation Policy Committee, 15.4.1, Ms. Lombard, policy update, second reading.
No updates there. These, we talked about last month, and this is just the second reading. Official changes.
Any discussion? I'll make a motion to move ahead with the policy packet 01/18/24 as listed in the agenda to approve the board policy as the second reading.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Craddy. Can I have a roll call vote?
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Are there minutes? Okay. Looking 15.51, the minutes attached as presented. I'm just looking for what the dates were.
17th and the 21st.
No, 7th and 21st.
Okay, so looking to approve the minutes for the December 7th Committee of the Whole meeting and the December 21st regular meeting. As presented. Thank you, Mr. Thompson. Can I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Bittman?
Yes.
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes. And on the next one here, 15.52, before we do discussion on that, Mr. Walbert.
The district has recently become aware of social media litigation that is out there across the nation. Social media across the nation is different than what we were seeing here in the district, has had an adverse effect on the mental health of our young adults and middle school, high school youth students who are seeing the same things that other schools across the nation are seeing, and it's creating a challenge for school districts to be able to have the resources to be able to effectively and successfully combat the mental health issues that many of our students are seeing today. Wagstaff and Cartmel is, a law firm, that's not a law firm that we use, that, has, filed lawsuits against many large social media companies such as TikTok, Snap, YouTube, of the sort there. And the lawsuit alleges that these companies have caused a mental health crisis among children and teenagers that is marked at a higher proportion of anxiety, depression, and thoughts of self-harm, all which severely affect their ability to succeed. I'm not saying that all of the mental health issues that we are seeing are impacted by social media, but that social media has played a role in that. Some of the things that we as a district have done, we talked a lot about really making sure that we're enforcing the cell phone policy in our schools, so our kiddos are not, while they're in class, on the cell phone, whether it's texting or on social media. We partnered with Social to be able to educate students and staff and parents about the variety of media apps that are out there and the impacts that they do have on students, and feel that by joining this lawsuit with so many other school districts and other public entities, that as we stand together and kind of advocate, that we're holding the social media companies accountable for that adverse effect that it is having on our students. This is a contingency fee-based, so there's not a cost to the district, but if there are any financial awards by the district, fees would come out of that. I anticipate that it would not be a lot of work for our staff going forward, because there are a large number of districts that are in this. There are two that we know of in our county already. And so, again, too, we think holding them accountable, not only to possibly make change, but to have a financial resource that can be given to school districts to be able to address the resources that we need to have with our social workers, our psychologists, all of those things that we've seen here in our district. So administration at this time is recommending that we join together. It's just one more avenue to show families that we are trying to support in things that we can do outside of school to be able to address the needs that our kiddos are having. Any questions?
Just a couple of comments about it. I mean, there's a couple things in this lawsuit that I guess ring true to me, and one is a lot of these social media companies do a very poor job of age verification, and they really shouldn't be allowing people who are, I think it's 12 and under, on there, and there's very limited controls on that. And I think that's something that they could change. In addition to the viral side of things, we all have on the board here an understanding of what nexus means, as different things that happen in the school, if they go viral on TikTok and other things, it does affect other kids, and it can affect it very quickly. And I think these companies have an obligation to do something about that, and I think that's what this lawsuit is about, is they need to build a better product for this, and I think that's what we need to hold them accountable for, so I'm in support of it. Any other comments? All right, with that, let's see if anything else to add in that number. I will make a motion to move forward with the resolution authorizing litigation against social media companies as listed in the agenda here.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Wiley. Can we have a roll call?
Mr. Quagliano?
Yes.
Mr. Craddy?
Yes.
Mrs. Murray? Yes. Mr. Pittman?
Yes.
Mrs. Wiley?
Yes.
Mr. Thompson?
Yes.
Mr. Troy?
Yes.
All right, that passes 7-0. Moving on to number 16, Mr. Thompson.
Dr. McCrindle, will you give us your update on the social emotional screener, please?
All right, good evening again. I'm going to call the spirit of it a couple minutes. You can see the first couple of slides, but I wanted to just go ahead and set the stage for what we are, I'm bringing this to you guys this evening for. Every single our students come to us with either an abundance of or right on par or sometimes lacking from the social emotional learning skills. And it does impact our staff, our students, and our admin on a daily basis. And so this presentation is something that we're trying to show a need for a universal screener and selecting the right universal screener for our district to be able to help us measure the impact of the support, the way we're supporting our students with those needs, and then also the impact of our Tier 1 instruction with social emotional learning. We're trying to be proactive versus reactive, and that's what the intent of this is about. So our goal tonight is just to talk about what we mean when we talk about social emotional learning, how we define it. We want to just understand the national, state, and local context around teaching and assessing the social emotional competencies, and then describe our need for a screener that is actually aligned to what we're teaching and our recommendation to move forward with factual goals. So what is social emotional learning? It's a process which helps people learn and apply the knowledge, skills, and attitudes for them to manage emotions, to achieve their personal and collective goals, to feel and show empathy, to have those positive relationships, to make responsible and caring decisions, to become those productive members of society. And you'll see in the image on the right, that's actually taken from CASEL, which is where the research behind social emotional learning competencies have come from, that we know it takes the outer circles, a whole group of people to do this. We know that there are some parts that we help control and support at school. We also know that there are some parts that our families need to be able to help support on, and also the community. So at the end of the day, we have the students in front of us, how they come to school, ready to learn or not to learn, and we have to be able to provide those supports so that we can move them forward on those academic learning needs. So each of those competencies are broken down to kind of just describe what those might mean. Self-awareness is understanding those emotions, those thoughts and values. So when someone says something mean to me, how do I feel? And that it's okay to recognize that I feel that way, but what am I going to do to respond? Self-management gets to how am I going to manage my own behavior in different situations, good, bad, or just kind of neutral. How am I going to go ahead and manage myself? Social awareness is being able to recognize the world around me, that what I do, what I do on a daily basis impacts how others feel, and that we recognize that we need to empathize with others and help support them. Relationship skills are obviously building those relationships with those people that are in our schools and also at home. And then that responsible decision-making, so making those caring, constructive choices about our own behaviors and at different types of situations. So those competencies are all standards that Illinois has adopted as our social emotional learning standards, and we are required to instruct on the standards that ISB has. And so we do provide instruction on these social emotional learning competencies. There's been some new legislation. Public Act 103-0546 became law on August 11th of 2023, and in that it requires, there's a requirement that ISB, which is our State Board of Education, conduct a landscape scan of all other school districts in Illinois, which meant they asked all of us to fill out a survey saying, do we screen students for either social, emotional, behavioral, or mental health screeners? We did fill that out last year because, yes, we currently do. We utilize the best screener right now. We're going to talk a little bit about why we're bringing a different screener to you guys this evening. Within that, it requires them to release a report with some recommendations for mental health screenings in schools for students enrolled K-12. So that first recommendation, I just summarized this. This is, of course, another 85-page document. So, I just didn't want to go through each of those. But the first one is that phased approach to universal mental health screening of all K-12 students annually. They have not set a deadline on a date with that one yet, but we know that it's coming our way. They have a second recommendation of that they're going to provide some resources to us to help support mental health culture and climate for districts. The third recommendation is providing some guidance on what types of tools are available. And then the fourth one is that policy development around supporting districts and implementing those mental health screeners.
Are those recommendations just recommendations that were made to us based on our survey results or to all schools?
To all schools, good question. So ISB did put out these in response to that public act that came out. Great question. So then when they're saying the word mental health screener, the way that that document that I have on this other slide defines it is tools that fall into the categories of mental health, behavioral health, or social emotional learning categories. And so it's a kind of a broad term, but it can encompass any types of screeners that fall within those categories. So the little circle on the right came from that document, and when they talked about that first recommendation being a progressive approach that we're going to slowly get there, they're starting with that center circle where it's that student well-being is being measured. So with that universal mental health screener is going to be the first recommendation. The second one is they're going to provide some support with staff. The third is school well-being. The fourth is gets into kind of what the PTAC committee last night, some of the participants brought up about what are we doing with our community? What are those connections beyond just our schools? How do we partner with those outside, within McHenry County and other resources that we might have? And so they're going to gradually start to layer in supports with that. That's the goal currently. So with SEL, which is social emotional learning, there's some outcomes that we know are research-based, that when we prioritize this instruction, we know it boosts academic performance. If our kids could do those things, their scores, hopefully, or they do go up with data that shows us. It also promotes those healthy well-being through relationships and skills. It builds skills that support our community and our key to future readiness. We want to send our students out to be able to have those conversations and problem solve and be able to navigate the complexities of the community around us. It improves school climate and safety. And then it provides students with employability skills that our employers are now saying. There's the Wall Street Journal in 2016 had an article out that employers say that some of those skills are more important than the technical skills right now, and that you can teach some people technical skills, but those other skills are ones that they need to come to you with. I'm sure there's two sides to that, but it is something that's important to note. And we also know there's some national data that there were different studies. You used to see Education Week, which is a reputable Education Week magazine, Castle, which is where the competencies came from, Wall Street Journal. They have reported different results from surveys where 93% of parents say SEL is important in schools across the nation. Teachers say that it helps improve academics. 75% of high schoolers say SEL would help them personally, and then 92% of employers say SEL skills are as important as technical skills. There are many benefits for students. ISB put out some presentations to help go along with this mental health screener, and it kind of just sums what we've talked about over the last couple of slides, but the academic success, the behaviors, feeling connected to school with the hope that maybe attendance improves, suspension numbers. If there are some things that if we tackle this the right way and we define this and explicitly teach it the way that we want to as a community and as a school district, that we can actually tackle some of these other goals through prioritizing social emotional learning. There's also some of those long-term benefits on the right side, which help them beyond just our school, but being able to manage time and persevere through college and career and have those relationships that go with them throughout life to help them be successful. So for us, SEL instruction looks like we have some explicit SEL skills instruction happening at each of our levels. At the K-5 level, they do a couple of lessons a week. Our buildings also prioritize some picture books and other things to help support maybe the needs that might be popping up based off of behaviors they're seeing on a daily basis. Teachers have a designated time in their day to prioritize this, but they have the flexibility to use that time after they've done the required lessons, how they best see fit. They might use that time to extend some learning that's been happening or give some more problem-based group work time. That's happening at K-5. At the 6-12 level, there is one lesson that is pushed out a month through PE using Ruler. And if those of you that have been on board for a couple of years know that that was adopted a few years ago as our approach. And they are able to have those conversations and build those skills once a week or once a month through that lesson through PE. Our teacher instructional practices do embed social emotional learning. Most of the programs that we've been using, the resource evidence-based resources, are embed some of these practices such as turn and talk and being able to collaborate and having problem-based learning. Those are all skills that we want our kids to get better at with social emotional learning. We also integrate that academic curriculum areas. We have our culture and climate. If you walk into any of our buildings, we try to help kids feel like they want to be here. We want to make them belong in our schools. There are some short-term outcomes that we are able to measure, which is the actual SEL skill acquisition, how are kids doing on those 5 areas. We can see their improved attitudes and also the enhanced learning environment, that are they feeling supported, engaged, and are they participating. And then ultimately, we do see impact on behaviors and academic outcomes by prioritizing this type of instruction. So the goal is to have some more positive social behavior, fewer conduct issues, less emotional distress, and then increase academic performance. So why a screener is needed? I'm going to give Ms. Moan some credit on this one. We were talking about how sometimes when we look at something first as a way for how we measure how we're doing. So for example, if you are at the eye doctor and they are going to let you take a look at this number, they're going to then see, can you read up to whatever line? I can read these, I'm wearing contacts, so I got it right now. But they're going to see that and then they're going to dive in deeper with that if you're struggling. And so what a screener is, it gives us that surface level, broad level view to say, take a pulse. Is what we're doing working? Is it effective? Do we need to tweak what we're delivering to our students and how we're supporting them? And help us then decide if we need to dig in any deeper. The goal of our screener is we want it to help empower our educators to identify and address and support student needs to create that inclusive learning environment, to identify students who struggle early on. Right now, it feels like we're kind of spinning our wheels because we are reacting to some of the behaviors that are in front of us, and we want to get out ahead of that and be proactive. And we've tried that with some of our champs and our structures and teaching those expectations, but we know we can get better. We want to be able to target those interventions to our at-risk students and be able to say, we know exactly what you need to help support you, to help be able to proactively to provide those supports. We want it to inform educators so they can make some decisions on maybe what my class needs and be able to understand that. We know on the elementary report card, there is a whole little section on that characteristics of a successful learner. That's a copy of the parent guides that our parents receive, and our teachers, and a debrief about I think it was a couple months ago, right after trimester 1. They provided some feedback that it's hard to be able to measure that, and it's kind of it's subjective to what they feel like. And so we want to be able to provide a clear way for them to provide those measurements on how kids are doing. We want to use it to determine some student placement. This came up in our conversation about the Accelerated Placement Act. I forget who asked the question, but we know that there's more than just a test score that helps show if kids are ready. And sometimes the teacher's intuition is them knowing the student, but we do also want to use data to help make that decision, and this would help us make that decision. We want to create more positive classrooms, and we want to equip our students for success in life and beyond school. So a little background on just what our screener system has been. Back in the fall of 2019, I was the director at the time on the team, but the special services team had led a review of identifying some needs, and it came out that we needed to have a screener of some type to assess, monitor, and adjust instruction to meet students' SEL needs. A subcommittee was formed, and they identified, and that was representative of some teachers, some social workers, some admin, and you can see it was in 2020, 2021, right as the pandemic was hitting, but using they identified some specific purposes to help guide some decision-making, and at that time they chose to move forward with the BEST screener, which is a behavior risk assessment, and that was the decision. So then in 21-23, we've been using that screener, and at this point, 6th through 12th grade students will score themselves on that screener, and then staff rate students at the early childhood to 5th grade level on how students are doing with that screener. We've encountered a lot of challenges with that screener, just to be very, clear. We've found that the BEST screener is not giving us the data that we actually need to be able to interpret what we're trying to measure. It is aligned more to how do we measure extreme behaviors versus those SEL competencies that we started talking about at the beginning of this presentation. We have not been able to use that tool to be able to measure the impact of our Tier 1 SEL instruction. It's not aligned to the SEL standards and the CASEL competencies. And so our building teams have been trying to use that to make some decision-making on who needs support, and it's just not connecting. And because BEST is a behavior screener, and it was meant to target some big behaviors, extreme behaviors, where at the time, perhaps coming out of the pandemic, there were some of those that was impactful. Now it's not actually providing us the data that we want to use to be able to measure the impact of our instruction. Just like we do with literacy and math, we want to go ahead and measure how we're doing with that. We're looking for this tool to do that for social emotional learning. And we also know that parents, families, and some staff are actually uncomfortable with some of the questions. I don't know why that word "do" is there. I'm sorry, it was just hanging. But some of the questions they asked were written from a deficit mindset. They weren't necessarily looking at students and their success in a classroom. and those skills that were going to get us to be able to be successful in implementing those competencies. So in the fall, we realized that that was not the tool we wanted to use. And so our team made a decision not to administer the BEST this fall, and we wanted to pause and not just use an assessment for no purpose and take some time to see, is there something better that is out there to help us actually be more aligned to the needs that we have. Also to allow our staff to easily and seamlessly use the results to support all learners. And then this was a huge thing. With the BEST screener and any screener, our teachers, we would get ratings back, but we had no tools to be able to help support them and what they could do to help support their students. And we always want to use tools and, leverage our dollars to impact our kids in our classrooms and support our teachers in the best way possible, and it wasn't doing that at the time. So these are the three big needs that were identified. So our leadership team did review, and I was out of a group of 30 people. It included some building administration or building representation from every building, admin, some psych, social workers, a representative group of people who would be able to give some input. We reviewed 3 different screeners, the Satchel Pulse SEL screener, the DESA SEL screener, and the Panorama SEL screener. The Panorama screener did not make it to the final review team because it didn't meet those qualities that we were saying before. And of that team, 100% of those said that we wanted to take a look at not using BEST, which I think is good data to have. And that team, it was 97.6%, would round up to 98, said that Satchel Pulse would be the screener that they would recommend. And so Ms. Spears is going to just kind of show you a little bit about the Satchel Pulse screener.
Hello, me again. I wanted to come back at you real quick with attendance. I know you might be missing that topic a little bit, but you had asked about the truancy percentage, and I crunched some numbers sitting over there, and it was at 7%. So, couldn't leave without knowing that. So the tool that leadership team recommended was, I know I was really pleased it was under 10, like I said, but the tool that we had recommended is Satchel Pulse, and it is a platform that allows us to do those things that the team had set out initially to do. It does support our ability to gather feedback on our students' ability to develop and sustain healthy relationships, goal set, their ability to work and collaborate within a team. And as we know, very important according to our stakeholders post-secondary, being able to perform in the workplace and be college and career ready. The other piece to this that I think as an educator, what I've learned is I always thought that SEL kind of sat kind of outside of what we are already doing. And what I'm learning over time is that it is really the plate that everything else is built off of. It provides us with access to the content area standards and the ability for kids to meet the behavioral expectations. So if a student is low in any one of those SEL competencies, many of our academic standards, a prerequisite is that the student has those competencies. So our communication, speaking, and listening standards, the collaborative nature of the math practice standards, the ability for students to collaborate in science labs. A lot of those academic tasks require SEL competencies to be strong. Without an ability to really measure that, we're really unclear on what a potential barrier for a student is in meeting an academic content standard. In addition to that, the behavioral expectations, when we talk about self-management and self-regulation, those are directly related to an ability or inability to meet a behavioral expectation. So this is something that is allowing us now to really parse out the information that we need to see how ready kids are to meet XYZ academic standard as well as behavioral expectations. An overview of the assessment is really in a very concise manner here, this table. We're going to get more into the details. However, the self-assessment, the student portion of that is going to start with grades 6 to 11. So we will mirror the approach that we took to the BEST screener in that teachers will be assessing students in the elementary grades, and students will be self-assessing in our secondary grades. The Satchel Pulse screener and diagnostic suite in and of itself does cover K-12 teacher and student, but we wanted to stay constant with what we have been doing. We have the infrastructure in place right now that this kind of just slide right into. So without disrupting the system that we have set up with that assessment infrastructure, we are going to just keep it that way for now. The student screener has 25 questions. They're delivered electronically. It takes a student between 5 and 10 minutes to complete the assessment. The teacher screener is going to be administered for just the kindergarten through 5th grade teachers. And the teachers will be completing 5 readings per student. So those 5 competencies is where the number 5 comes from. It is, as I said, aligned to those competencies, and it takes about 2 to 3 minutes per student. The feedback that I've received from other districts in Illinois utilizing this exact tool over and over have said that the ease of the use for teachers has been incredible for them. That's really a big selling point, is how easy it is to use for teachers. The diagnostic portion of it is if a student is scoring low in a competency, then the diagnostic follows and it drills down into their 2 lowest sub skills to really target what specific skills within the competency is the student struggling with. And the data is utilized, as we had said earlier, to be able to identify, is our tier 1 working? And 2, are there students who are struggling and we need to intervene in some way, shape, or form? So the screener does that for us, and the diagnostic provides us with the information that we need to provide that additional support. I like visuals. Here's the process, but the screener serves as our baseline, the health of our system, how are we doing? It follows up with those diagnostic assessments to dive into those sub-skills that students may be struggling within. Then it allows an automatic tier placement recommendation that we do have local control over, being able to manipulate whether or not we would like to stay with their recommendations or create different groups and things like that, which we can get into in a moment. It also allows us the opportunity, which our leadership team provided a ton of feedback regarding the ease of use for intervention management. That is not something that we have in general at all right now. And this is a seamless way to be able to track interventions over time and track student progress over time to make sure that what we're doing is effective and efficient, and that the progress monitoring tools are built in and aligned with those skills that the students are working on. This is what the student assessment looks like. I think that it's important to know what questions our students are being asked, and that was a priority for us to get our hands on that. So they did provide us with these examples. What the team also found helpful was that the questions are the same, except they are differentiated or phrased differently, I should say, based on the student's age. So you can see there in grades 3, 5, I can give answers to a problem when someone is making a choice. Grade 6, 8 looks like I can identify and use good solutions to problems. 9, 12, I identify and use effective solutions to problems. So it becomes a little bit more complex in the thinking process behind it as we grow. However, the competencies that's tied to remains the same. You can see there are some more example questions. They also use a different type of scale for assessment rather than using numbers specifically. They do use that smiley face feature, so it is accessible to any student. And they have found that through research that's a more effective way for student response, a more accurate way for students to respond. The other piece to this is it has accessibility features built into it, so students are going to be able to, if they require like a text reader, for example, they're still going to have access to that assessment if they struggle with decoding the words on it. The other feature that this has is the number of languages that it translates to. It translates to the languages that we are, for the students in our district, and we have been able to see that those multiple language options are going to meet our needs. The questions, as I said, are aligned to the CASEL competencies and are adjusted slightly based on the grade band. This is what the teacher screening tool looks like. It's pretty slick, assigned to those, or aligned to those CASEL competencies, like I said earlier, which also is aligned to our report card. And the K-5 teachers would complete this one, and it is available for 612, but as I said, we're going to stay with our current infrastructure with that. It takes 2 to 3 minutes to assess each student, and then you have the ability to kind of look at that rubric and assess quickly for students as you go. And if teachers need to press pause and come back to it, there's the ability to save progress, come back to it. This is some more information about the automated diagnostic process and what kind of questions kids are being asked. Again, I had asked for Satchel Pulse to provide us with those questions so we can see those tonight. But those are the types of things that our students are going to be answering. I did explain the diagnostic assessment a little bit more, but that is what it looks like for students who are scoring low in a competency. It does dig a little bit deeper for them to determine how can we help you. And the tier placement and grouping, there are a couple of things that we really liked about this. One is the efficiency, the amount of time that teachers and building support staff and administrators were spending on trying to analyze results of BEST and then try to figure out how to group students and what are the appropriate tools that we should use to monitor progress and what should that intervention look like. Those were all things that we were having to build on our own. So the efficiency of this tool has really proven to be something that will save us on time and get us to serving the kids sooner than later. The other piece to that is the local control. I think that with anything that's automated, we're talking about kids and not numbers. And we want to be able to use our knowledge of the student combined with the data that this provides us around the competency specifically to make decisions. So if there's something that jives with the tiered recommendations or the groupings or the skills that the students needing to work on according to Satchel Pulse, we can change that very easily. This is what it looks like on the back end to look at those results. So it's as simple as the 5 competencies, and you're able to see where the student's strengths are in relation to those. If we were to have the student and teacher assess simultaneously, we're not doing that right now. As I said, we're breaking that up elementary and secondary. Then it would combine those scores for us and look like that with those multiple colors there for the student profile. We'll either have the student self-assessment or the teacher screener, depending on age. The intervention tracking, there's an image there to show that you can monitor that intervention over time and what the skill is that the student's working on. And then you can also see that for each student, you can monitor their progress on those SEL competencies over time in their career here at Huntley. So we have, as I said, we are data rich, but we have to be asking the right questions of the data. And we want to know these things. Is this going to serve us well? This is a pilot, and this is something that our teams are asking for and that we know that we need. However, we want to make sure it's the right fit for us. These are the things that we would be considering to measure the success of this pilot. Our teacher's going to have the knowledge that they need of those specific skill gaps to really understand what barriers there might be for children in accessing those academic standards and the behavioral expectations. Does the data align with what we would expect to see? Is it coming out of left field? We want to make sure that it's aligned with the other data that we have in front of us and that it's doing what we're wanting it to do. Is it user-friendly and helpful to teachers? Because if it isn't, then this isn't something that we're going to be able to continue doing because our teachers have a lot to do and this needs to be efficient for them. Are the intervention materials not only easily accessible, but are they targeted enough to do the job and really target the skills that the assessments are showing that the student needs? Is the progress monitoring tool efficient? Is it quick enough? We want to be spending time on instruction and not assessment all of the time. So is it efficient enough to do that job, but also be sensitive to growth over time? How well does this support and complement what we already have going on? We have our CHAMPS and Everyday Speech, our Tier 1 SEL and behavior management structures. So we want to make sure that this fits nicely and complements what we're doing, and we don't want competing initiatives. And over time, is this going to reduce the number of office referrals that we're seeing and the number of safety assessments that we are completing for students? That would be a big, gigantic win, an outcome of this over time. Are those numbers reducing as well? And then our staff, gaining a natural job-embedded understanding of the SEL competencies through the use of this tool, and really the learning that is embedded within the platform. SEL is something that is really embedded in everything that we do. We can't really say that it's just a standalone thing, a standalone lesson. As I said, there's SEL skill competencies embedded within our content area standards and embedded within our behavioral expectations. So we want to make sure that when we're looking at a standard that we're about to teach, we're thinking to ourselves, like, what SEL competencies are prerequisites to this academic standard? And how can I make sure to be explicit in that instruction while also teaching this academic standard? So they really go together in all that we do. And attendance, like we talked about earlier, we want to be able to prevent chronic absenteeism. And if this is going to provide us with the data that we need to proactively identify and respond to some of those things that are keeping students from coming to school, then this would be a success as well. And the responsible use of data, I think that this is something that anytime we bring something to a decision like this, we need to consider how is this data going to be used responsibly by all stakeholders, understanding why we're using this and understanding how to use this data. I outlined here a couple of examples of ways that each stakeholder group will be understanding how the data is going to be used and their part in that. As I'd mentioned a couple of times already, analysis of Tier 1, allocation of resources, adjustments to our Tier 1 instruction, whether that be social emotional competencies that we're teaching or the academic and behavioral expectations. What changes do we need to make based on those results? If a student is scoring lower in a certain area, is this actually serving as a barrier to them not only accessing the academic content? Is it a barrier to meeting the behavioral expectations? Is it a barrier to their preparedness to obtain and maintain employment? Facilitators, interventionists, related services, special ed coordinators, social workers, IEP teams are going to be using this to target skills needed for interventions, analyze that progress monitoring data to inform their instructional next steps, and to be able to allocate resources based on student need. And lastly, this would be an invaluable tool for IEP teams in the IEP development process. Parents and guardians and students, most importantly, the communication that is going to be required in advance of the screening window to describe to parents, families, students, what is the purpose of this and how is this going to be used? And then giving parents the opportunity to opt out. The communication after the screener, specifically for students identified as needing additional support. And then we talked about student ownership a little bit earlier, but this is really an opportunity to start to develop some student agency and learner agency around who am I as a learner, what are my strengths and where are my areas for growth, knowing that employers are looking for this. So this is something that we want to be able to embed in this process is students being at the table in their understanding of these competencies as well as where they're at within them. And lastly, the data to support students and families in decision-making around, like we had talked earlier, readiness to enroll in AP or honors level classes. Just because you're scoring high on a test doesn't necessarily mean that you have the self-management skills, the ability to prioritize tasks and manage time to engage in that level of rigor required in those classes. So that would be another additional data point that we could utilize to support that decision-making with families. These are some of the resources that are included in the platform that would be extremely helpful for intervention and also teachers to be able to use in whole groups. There's recommended lessons based on skill profiles and specifically for targeted intervention groups, a whole bank of intervention lessons, materials, videos, all of that at teachers' fingertips. And then lastly, this would be the timeline. Pending board approval, we have the IT integration component, the ability to train our building and district leadership teams on the product and how to use the product responsibly, again, back to responsible use of data. And then training school staff to be able to, how do I use the rubric, calibrating on the rubric so we know that that data is clean. And then the screening window would be looking at the end of February, beginning of March. The data analysis diagnostic tier placement would follow that. The data being used to drive instruction, tiers 1, 2, 3, and progress monitoring that over time would take us to the end of the year. And we'd be analyzing after that initial screening window and utilization of that data, the use of the intervention materials and how teachers are responding to the platform, how students are responding to the instruction, how it's impacting our ability to make decisions around tier 1. Those are ways that we are going to be thinking through the evaluation of Satchel Pulse for continued use. Questions?
Very, very informative. Several questions, and I'll open up the questions to the rest of the committee and the board. On one of those last few slides, there was a statement that parents will have an opportunity to opt out. Does lack of a response from the parents automatically assume they're opting in?
Yes.
Can we reverse that?
I think there would be one of two ways that
opt-in.
it could be done. It could either be an opt-in or an opt-out.
Right.
So that would be something we.
I say this, and I recognize that, you know, when you're looking at large data sets like this, it becomes important to aggregate and look collectively as well as individually. The other side of that coin is this is more than a math assessment. This goes into potential, like, its goal to measure emotional issues or behavioral issues or psychological issues. I have mixed feelings on that for a couple of reasons. And first is data security. What have you learned from speaking with Satchel Pulse about do they have access to individual and aggregate data, and what do they do with it?
As I actually asked for a copy of a privacy agreement with a local district and did bring a copy of that today. They do not own the data. We own the data, and we have complete control over the data. They don't sell our data. They're bound by FERPA and SOPA, and they have pretty strict privacy law that they're bound by beyond just what we would hope for. So I think that the data privacy part of that is something that I also wondered. That's why I have that here today. However, when it comes to the psychological concerns that you had mentioned, the best screener, I would say, is more aligned with what you are saying that you would be concerned about with what we'd be getting out of this assessment or screener. The Satchel Pulse screener in and of itself is simply focused on the SEL competencies, and it doesn't get into those details of psychological behavior risk type of assessment.
But it has the propensity to, because of the follow-up in any one of these areas being termed deficient, there is some kind of intervention. And depending on what area that student is deficient in, it takes on almost psychological counseling effort in some degree, which kind of dovetails into earlier discussions last meeting about a policy requirement needing parents to sign off on what that intervention is. Now, whether it's reading material to get that student over the hump for whatever the issue may be. And this is where my concern is with parent opt-in or parent opt-out. Because the follow-up to remediate any of these deficient areas is going to take some kind of intervention that may border on psychological health, right?
Yeah, so I had, Ms. Moan send me a couple of the best questions. I just wanted to, so I pulled up the student one, and I just want to show just a little bit difference of how these questions are asked, because I absolutely hear you, Mr. Thompson. But the best questions asked students for, I get blamed for things I can't help. I get along with my teacher. I worry, but I don't know why. It's saying things like that, which is a different tone, which is what I think what Peter's trying to say. These are taking more of that, I set goals to help me achieve things. You know, I'm working well as a team. I know what I'm good at. So it's trying to take that positive look at it. And then as they dive in deeper, these are the diagnostic questions that go into, let's go even more in depth on what that means. So, where's the one that Spears on? So self-awareness. I know what is hard for me. I know when I'm happy, I'm angry or sad most of the time. I keep going even when things are hard. So I hear you. I think the tone takes it's a different tone, which is why we wanted to bring a different tool to help measure what we're doing, for sure. But I just wanted to show.
I appreciate that. I think I can understand why you were looking for a new assessment tool based on how things are worded. My concern is more along the lines of, I'm a firm believer that parents should be paramount in starting these conversations at home. And they may not even be aware of some of these areas that their child needs help in, right? I guess it just goes back to at what point, and maybe opt-in is better than opt-out. At the very least, before anything goes out, I saw there was going to be a communication process with the parent to have all these questions that will be posed to their students in front of the parents in the first place. Because there's probably an education process that needs to be done on that level as well in order for this to be successful. And then just one more question, I'll open it up. This is an assessment period. Is there a fiscal note attached to the assessment period that we'd have to pay for, or is this kind of like a trial?
Yeah, there is a very well negotiated.
We sharpened our pencil on this.
Yes, we did.
So what we did was for a pilot, they do have a $14,000 cost. Initially it was $20,000, so we had them go down. And it's because of all the resources and the tools they have. And then we asked for a quote that would say if we pilot and continue, because you get a cheaper rate if you do that. And so their quote was $37,000 for the year, $37,500. Our current best screener costs right around $20,000 to $25,000, so it is an increase of $14,000 to $15,000 than what we're used to paying. But this comes with tools that we're paying a la carte for other things. And so currently we have the community partnership grant, which is going to expire at the end of this year. We know that we can cover the pilot and next year's with that grant, and then our future years we would have to operational efficiency figure out what to give up in order to cover, which we would be confident we can do.
I think that I know maybe the rest of the board would do is to see those questions in advance, and as well as what the mediation materials are as well, addressing each one of these areas.
And I as a parent of third grader and kindergartner at Legee, these are questions I feel comfortable putting in front of my children. I'm not sure that I could say the same about the other. So this is something that as educators, anything that we teach, we assess. So right now we're missing the assess part of this equation, and so this is going to be able to provide us with, are we putting all of this effort and energy and money into the right things, or do we need to make adjustments? And we don't have the data to tell us that, other than our behavior data and things that happen after the fact. This would be a way to more proactively do that. So I appreciate those questions. I ask them as myself as a parent.
There's one of the things you guys talked about with the SEL standards that we have. That's our academic standards. Probably most of our parents don't really understand what are those standards. through that communication plan that you talked about, would there be ways that we could take what these questions are and show which standard it aligns to, so that they
Yeah.
can say, why is this question being asked?
Mhm.
When we were going through, at PTAC, right, part of the whole problem statement, it's drilling down to what the why is, and really trying to get to the root cause. Because there are certain questions on there that might be beneficial to show maybe that student isn't feeling it addressing any inattention. But to be able to look at that to say, okay, the reason this is being asked links right to here. And so it's kind of just, saying, yes, they align to that. Most people out of education aren't going to see what those connections are. So I was wondering if, and maybe that's something that we could put a visual, or create visuals and looking at that piece. And then this is inevitable, right? This is a requirement down the road.
Yeah.
And that is the 25 school.
After this next one, yes, yes.
Part of it.
Having a universal screener.
But the universal screener is being mandated by ISBE, and I thought one of the slides stated that they're looking at potentially putting a tool. So if they're putting a tool, is this redundant?
They're looking, so we did that work. They're looking at providing a list of tools that would be good examples of these. A lot of districts are already using SEL screeners, and so they have not so far in anything. Literacy Math told us what we have to use because they allow local control to decide how we're going to teach the standards. That's the prediction currently. And so they would just have a list of, like, these are examples of what SEL screeners are. This is on the list that they're going to propose.
By doing this, we would adhere to any
Correct.
mandate or act.
Correct. And they just said it has to be either an SEL screener, which measures these, a behavior screener, or a mental health screener. We would like to go the SEL screener approach out of those other options, because that's what we feel like all students need, not necessarily the other one. And then I just wanted to offer too, anytime that we had concerns about a student, you know, especially when we're talking about a level of assessment that is beyond just a universal or a tier 2 type approach, it requires us to have parent permission before proceeding with any formalized assessment that might even be related to a concern. You know, it gives a lot more information earlier. We know that early intervention, regardless of academic or social emotional learning, really gives us more information so that we're coming to the table to request permission when it's appropriate, not when it's too late.
I think there's also, pardon me, value in the transparency of the curriculum materials that are within that library of materials that we could use, as well as the results. So I think that both the instruction and the assessment components of this lend themselves to the transparency that I think we are all seeking in the area of SEL. Another benefit, and I think why we really leaned toward this one in particular.
Do we need to agree to all 4 years now, or can we just agree to the trial?
So we had in the contract, we wrote if the trial doesn't work, we have an added addendum at the last pages in the board packet that was attached, and it says we can pull out of the agreement. In order to get the cheaper rate, they wanted us to say, if the trial continues, here's what your next 3 years. So we had them add a break clause. It's at the last page of it. And so,
And I may have missed this in the presentation. How periodic is it?
Currently, our assessment schedule includes September and January. That's how we were administering BEST, is in those two times of year. Obviously, we're going to be at the tail end of the year, so this would be a one and only screening opportunity, would be at the end of February, beginning of March.
Sorry. And I remember on the slide around what the legislation was around, staff well-being was one of the goals. Do you consider giving the screener to the staff? The kids?
Satchel Pulse does offer a suite of professional learning that does support adult social emotional learning. That's at an additional cost, but they do have that as an option.
Do you think that would be received well?
I think that the amount of collaboration that is required within education and the health of teams requires these social emotional competencies. That's why employers are asking for it. I think that any one of us could probably identify an area that we want to probably be better at, but I think that the way that we honor staff's expertise, professionalism, and the way that we would approach that, I think will make a really big difference. And I think there's definitely a wrong way to do it and a way that would probably be more productive and healthy.
And I apologize for my questions. I am somewhat predisposed to not giving anybody my data, and that extends even more so for my kids. I don't, even these questions are softer, I'm not comfortable, and that's when I say the staff thing. I don't think you could sell this to have a twice a year screening like this. I don't think people would go for it.
For teachers?
For doing it for the adults.
Yeah, and I think that part of the state plan, I mean, that's on there, but I don't know that that's been fleshed out, and I think that we're going to probably be, as we learn more, we'll be able to make more decisions around that.
Adults are uncomfortable with it. Why is it okay for the kids?
I can't answer for every adult, but I also think that, yeah.
This is the debate.
Yeah.
This is why I feel uncomfortable with it. We're collecting all this data on these kids. They're kids. They can have bad days.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to jump to different things. And I guess the state's mandating it, but it extends the rules there, right? I mean, I wouldn't.
Yeah, I think that the staff component of that it's there. I think it needs to be fleshed out. I think that there's a lot of conversation around it. When it comes to the student data, we do have this privacy agreement example that we can review, but it's also something that we take in conjunction with so many other data points in order to make decisions around it.
I was going to say, I just think the biggest difference is that our responsibility is to teach the students before they're adults. And I think one of the challenges we are facing is much like if we're having struggling readers and struggling mathematicians, if we don't know the skills to target, it makes it really challenging to teach the skills. So our job is to educate and teach our students so they can become adults. And when we're not doing that effectively, we have to ask ourselves, how do we do that better? And I think that is our responsibility as educators. Different than when we say, all right, your educational services are done, you're going out into the adult world to be employed to make those decisions. And I agree, I think having parent input in that is critical. But without the underlying information that tells us what to target, how to target, when we start to talk about specialized instruction all the way up to kind of some of the things that in special education we're faced with, if we're not looking at those skills early on, it puts us behind. And I think what we're really advocating for is some proactive ways to look at the skills that we are being mandated to teach as a whole child, from the school to the community classroom, all of us. So I think that the difference for me is that we have to educate our students, that's our job, so they can become productive. I think that's the parallel I can make.
I understand the laudable goal, right?
Yeah.
The road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Right.
And,
But is a survey, is yet another survey, another way to accomplish that goal? Because we put BESS into place in 2019, and now it's been paused since when? When did we pause it?
In August.
Fall.
Yeah.
So did the contract expire, or did we make a decision to pause it? So we're paying for a tool, we're not using it.
It's a tool that we can still utilize with
Right,
students
but we're
when
not
they
using it. So we have a gap from fall till now where we have no BESS data being used, and we have no Satchel Page data, or Satchel Pulse data being used. So what have we been doing to monitor the SEL from fall till now? Nothing?
I would say that our building administrators and building teams have been waiting for this board meeting for quite some time.
But to delve a little deeper, if another survey hinges on those students answering those questions honestly and appropriately. And I'm just going to be really honest, having a child of myself, they're not answering that honestly. So if the data's not honest going in, it's garbage in and it's garbage out. You're going to have teenagers that are like, yep, okay, can get back on my phone now. And you're going to have young kids that read it and go, I have no idea what it is that I'm reading. And so if I have no idea what it is that I'm reading, how do I even know how I'm answering it? I feel much more comfortable, like a Connors test that's administered to students that are looking to identify ADHD and ADD. You give that test to the parent and you say, here, parent, fill this out for your student. Teachers, you fill this out. We're going to combine that data, and that's going to give you a much more holistic approach to that student as opposed to the student doing it. And I also think that you're going to be turning the onus back on the parent then to be really more in touch with their student and those behaviors, because whatever we're doing at school, we need that partnership at home as well. And just doing a survey at school and then having interventions reactively isn't being proactive.
With all due respect, the Connors is a formalized test that is psychological in nature and would require, obviously, parent permission.
I'm not saying we're doing a Connors test. I'm just saying, knowing that I've done Connors tests on my students, me answering those questions on my child's behavior and then having somebody else answer that and having a professional assess that information gave me a holistic understanding of what my student has and where the deficits are and then what we needed to put into place. And I could work with my professional and my teachers to make sure that that happens.
I think one of the things that I'm hearing, right, there's a lot of frustration about the mandate that we can't change. That,
No, I'm not frustrated by the mandate. I'm frustrated by the solution to the mandate.
Right. But the mandate.
States that we have to have a universal screener, right? And so as a district, I think to look at the work and the recommendation that the Learning and Innovation team is coming to you with, it's based in all of the right kinds of work, the research and evidence-based practices, all of the things that we are responsible to do preventatively, universally, through all of our tiered systems of support, so that we can best understand how to support our students and our families, absolutely, so that we can have conversations proactively with parents. Like you had mentioned, some of our parents might not have the knowledge of social emotional skills. How do we leverage those conversations?
Yeah, so there's no getting out of the mandate.
Right.
Understood. But to Dana's point, I think triangulating an assessment, is, you know, so for those families who opt into it, you're gonna get a baseline, right? I do think it's helpful to get the perspective of a parent. And if need be, to, you know, the remediation of whatever identifiable areas that need improvement, that's when you can bring in the third party too, that are all, it's a team, just like we do for the IEP, on a less scientific way, and honing in on that. Second part is this is an assessment. I think an important part of that assessment is going to be missing. If we can't establish another baseline, you know, I understand that the time frame here being put into place, but in order to really gauge the effectiveness of the software, I would go back to the company and ask for a fall deadline to make the final assessment, so you can reestablish if the remediation steps were effective or not.
With another assessment window.
Yeah.
And with the timeline that was established on the one slide, so we get to June and we say pilot didn't work, didn't meet any of our needs, or met 20% of our needs, then what's the contingency plan?
I think we go back to the drawing board and look for a tool that is going to meet the needs that we had set forth.
So if that's the contingency plan, I feel much more comfortable looking at a pilot and saying a pilot is an opt-in for the parents, because that way we're actually getting people that want to understand the data for their students, and it's a very controlled group that way. We opt those parents in, we use that as your pilot program as opposed to just general population. And then we can use that and see how that data is able then to be interpreted, reacted to where the interventions go, how it can integrate in with the other measurements that you have from behavior and truancy. I feel more comfortable with that being a pilot as opposed to, let's train everybody, let's get the screening window done, we're gonna do all this product training, because that's a huge amount of onus on our staff, on our administrators, on the students to get this done, and then we find out we really don't want it because we've already gone down that path with Beth. We put that out there, we spent good money on that, we trained people, we administered it, now we're still paying for it and it's not being used. So lesson learned, let's use a controlled environment for the pilot.
I think a couple of things. One is that the BEST was selected during a time where we didn't have access to students. They were at home. And we needed information, and I was not at the district at this time, but from what I'm understanding on the background of this, that tool gave us information that we needed to react to students who were in crisis. And we didn't have the ability to see face-to-face. So that was selected during a very different time and context. And this is, we're moving to a position now where we can finally start to work with students on a daily basis on these competencies and embed these competencies within our instruction, academics and behaviorally. And this is giving us different type of information. So I think that the value of BEST, it served its purpose for the purpose that was intended for at that time. It's no longer serving us in the way that we need it to in the context that we're in. The other piece to that I love about the parent partnership with that, it goes back to the attendance piece. I mean, that partnership and the awareness and the understanding of what is important and what does it mean. I don't know that everybody's fluent in SEL as a parent.
But maybe that's your starting point then. Maybe that's the starting point is your pilot group are the people that have your chronic or on the way to chronic truancy. And you administer that there, and then you can see, answering these questions, does this improve the communication between parent and student and staff so that we get those kids back into class?
My hesitation with the opting in model is the fact that we are now taking an entire group of students who need us most, whose parents are not perhaps active participants in their education or communicative or responsive to communication, or had poor experiences in school themselves, that we are missing that entire group of students that may need this the most. And that would be my fear in eliminating that, subgroup.
But we have a truancy issue or we have a behavioral issue only with a small portion of our student population. So all students always, why are we concentrating our efforts on all these students when the bulk of our students probably don't fall in that bucket? When we want to focus our attention and our money on strategically looking at how to impact those students and get the communication flowing with the parents, stop the cycle that's occurring.
I think it goes back to that the purpose of the screener is to do two things. One is to identify what's the health of our tier one instruction, right? It goes back to our curriculum. And then also, what are the areas we need to strengthen? Like we know we're doing some things that we're not preparing all students for, and some of these questions will help us get there. And so I hear you, we need to also dive into some of those other parts, but there's other things that the screener will help us be able to navigate. The reason we put this on now was because we were trying to screen, we wanted to actually have time to be able to do it, throughout the spring before we made a decision for fall, forever, not forever, but for the next couple of years. But we can definitely take this back in this conversation, and at the COW on February 1st, which is only in 2 weeks, bring back just have some of these conversations internally with our building admin. I know, Ms. Murray, you were asking, I think I overheard, but you didn't really get to the question, but it was what staff are part of taking a look at this. And so we did have our facilitators, who are our people who oversee the data in the buildings to help decide if students look at our screeners for literacy, academics, and SEL staff. Take a look at this on a team. There was also our building admin were on the team. The building admin did take back at the K-5 level the slide deck to their team leads, there's a representative teacher on each of those to get some feedback on what would be the list of this, on them and and if they would be, you know, supportive of it. At the 6-12 level, students are taking it, and so we did not gather, as much feedback there from teachers because they aren't using that data yet. It's more the Denise, Barr from the high school is sitting on that team, as well as a couple of your, I think, well, Dr. Beelan, your social workers. And so we have.
Were there any students that were involved in the focus group? Did we put any students in there since it's a tool that they're going to be using?
We did not.
Okay.
When did the conversation start for this?
In August.
I just find it interesting, you know, I'm on high alert for this, I'm very interested in it, I have dug deep into it, you gave me a tour, we talked about that, you know, with, Principal Henson. So I just find it interesting, never this was mentioned to me. And I mean, this is kind of my bag, I kind of want to hear more about this, just, I wanted to see how it was implemented. So here I go to these classes, I mean, we had quite a bit of time to talk about this, we talked about the best screener, I talked about screeners, and so I'm like, so that was a little disappointing after reading what this packet was about. And then, I mean, as an observer of one of those classes, I noticed one of the students, and I think we talked about this, one of the students was pulled out of the SEL section, or the session, not section. And I was like, I think the principal said that he was getting some more help with his math. So if this is such a foundational thing, why would we pull him from such a foundational zeroed in, that's how you learn is SEL. So why would we pull them to teach them math, teach them more SEL?
And that's another piece that I think logistically, and I can't speak to that situation, I'm not sure.
That's okay.
But strategically, what another component of this is being able to explicitly teach SEL within the math standards. So there is an opportunity there to be able to do both at the same time. So I'm not sure what that circumstance was, but there is an opportunity there to be able to intervene on a more individual level through math as a vehicle to explicitly teaching them.
So if the results, and then if they don't coincide with what the teacher sees, and when she sees these results, ultimately she can change these, if I heard you correct?
Yeah, it would take the knowledge of the student to be able to, well, it's going to be able to inform at a big picture, at a larger scale, where are we at as a system?
Because obviously the teacher's paying attention enough.
Yeah, and then at
She
the
can compare. So is it really necessary to add that to the teachers? Add this program, add the software of 100 or 8,500 units of this? I mean, what is the percentage of this being used at all the other schools that you looked at? Did Harvard say they're 100%? Did North Boone say they were going, or the other districts that you spoke to, did they say it's 100%? We are data-driven, schools need to be on top of this, use this company. Like, I'm not sold at all.
every district that I spoke to couldn't say enough about their support for this specific company, and the ease of use and the customer service, and their responsiveness.
So is there not
When it
one
comes
around
to
here?
I was given a list of 30 districts in Illinois that are utilizing Satchel Pulse, and districts are doing a combination of kind of what we're doing. Sometimes it's K-12, sometimes they're having the student survey all the way down to the elementary level, and teacher surveys all the way up to the 12th grade level. So it's different based on what the district's local needs are and how they've decided to roll that out.
I think we should probably table it. We've heard a lot of feedback, and looking at, can we bring parents in? Losing my voice.
You can't talk.
11 p.m., sorry about that, guys,
But I will say back to, just to clarify that it was in August where we had decided to press pause based on the nature of the questions and the discomfort that we had with the questions and the want to be transparent with the competencies in particular. And if we say that it's an SEL screener, we want to be saying what we're doing and matching that. So the best wasn't monitoring the SEL competencies, and that was really in August where it was determined that we were not going to move forward with that, and it did take some time to be able to figure out where's the state of Illinois going with this before we jump and act. So we wanted to do a lot of homework and research and pause and reflect and learn before moving forward with any sort of proposal.
So did those questions ever change with us? I did see those surveys or what, I mean, they were always the same, so all of a sudden, we don't want to do them now in August, but we were okay before?
I think the information that it was giving us was not aligning with what we were hoping it would initially, combined with the discomfort of some of the questions. We weren't getting the data that we were hoping for from it in regards to the competencies. It wasn't giving us the information that businesses are asking for their employees, for example.
Did they specify that Best would give you that, so it was misleading on their part?
I was not there for that part of it, so I don't
So,
know the
I
answer
mean,
to that.
I guess in some ways that's what's going on, but let's table it. It's a good discussion, and I understand.
Yeah.
Before you finish, I do have one question.
Sure.
There was a slide that showed 3 different companies
Mhm.
on it, and the third one didn't make a cut.
Yeah.
So I don't know how many of these firms are out there that do this and how many were evaluated, but to me, it seems that you've done your homework, the team has done their homework to say, here's the ones that we deemed worthy to evaluate.
Yeah.
So you had entry criteria. You took the criteria against what made the cut, and then of what made the cut, you said, here's where we deem to be the best tool, pun intended, best tool, to help us accomplish what we want to do. And how big is the team that did these evaluations?
About 60 people.
Okay, so there's a team of people. This is not done in a vacuum. This is not one person saying, I know best. No pun intended again.
I know, it's hard not to say.
But to me, you've done the diligence. And to me, there's a team of professionals here that have done that diligence to get to this point. So I'm willing to take the leap of faith in saying, this meets the criteria of what we need to accomplish, what we want to examine, where we want to get to in assessing information. All nervousness aside with certain components of it, but it seems like the evaluation process has been very thorough in getting to this point. And we have an out in case it doesn't meet the criteria. There's a trial period. All the timing things and the volume of tests and all that stuff, that's fine. But the evaluation process seems very thorough to me. And I give credit to the team, the large team, that put in the effort to get to where we are today.
Do board members ever ask to be a part of those, or is that not typical? Not typical? Okay, just curious.
Again.
But we're an inclusive group.
Let's move this to February. And again, any of my comments are clearly on a different level of, should we be doing this? Not if you did a good job in selecting us. So please take any of my comments.
No, I think it's worthy conversation and it needs to take place. I appreciate it. Thank you.
I appreciate that. With that, I don't think we'll move forward on that. So we'll move on to number 17. Are there any public comments? All right. James Litchfield, who patiently waited until 11:07 p.m.
I didn't recognize Mr. Litchfield. Geez.
Hi, my name is James Litchfield. I'm an educator with 158 since August of 2007, and I was part of the personnel report, item 15.2.1. I was hoping to speak on that for a moment, and I have my wife with me here tonight, who's been my biggest supporter. And we showed up a little bit late after enrolling our own freshman in her courses for August of 24. We're still trying to swallow that reality pill. Also below that agenda item 15.2.2, partnering with Prevention, a contract that shows your dedication to supporting students who may need mental health support with a certified drug counselor. Mental ought to me to see that item past 7-0. The letter that I wrote December 19th and gave to Adam Zier, I was hoping to read that and provide a thank you. Ms. Jessica Lombard, and Huntley Community School District 158 board members. Thank you for the opportunity to take the school year of 2023-24 of unpaid personal leave of absence to focus on my own mental health recovery steps. I'm aware of the certified contract language that says all certified staff members on a one-year leave will notify in writing their intent for the next school year by February 15th. My intent for the 24-25 school year is to not return to Huntley Community School District 158 in any capacity. Unfortunately, I must resign from being a District 158 employee. I have met with Adam Zier and shared with him that I cannot currently, in good faith, take on any role in public education. My recovery goals related to crowded spaces, repetitive and/or loud noise stimuli, timely critical decision-making, and mental stamina are still a work in progress. This work would not allow me to provide the committed focus that the students we all serve deserve. I've truly appreciated the support provided by District 158 Human Resources Department and Huntley Educators Association, HEA, during my continued path of recovery. Their words of encouragement and supportive actions directly contributed to my positive progress forward. Adam Zier, Debbie Pop, and Sandra Vitucci were there at a time when I was most vulnerable. This is a public thank you to the three of them. They were each responsible for quotes, "We are here for you," "I am proud of you," and "You are not alone." Finally, thank you to the 8 of you, Ms. Lombard and the current board, past superintendents, and past board members for giving me the opportunity to serve District 158 since August of 2007. The time I've spent in multiple roles in District 158 allowed me to build lifelong relationships with hundreds of colleagues, students, and families. These relationships will always hold a special place in my heart. Thank you again, and thank you for this opportunity for the public comment. Appreciate it.
Thank you. For public comments, I will move to number 18, adjournment. I will make a motion to adjourn the meeting at 11:12 p.m.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, the meeting is adjourned.